morning. Good morning. Hello, 13th jurors. Hello, 13th jurors. It is good to see y'all. I'm happy to be here. It is Friday Eve. It's going to be a good day. I'm eating my hair. Hold on. Better. Okay. Good morning. Good morning. Hello. So I made the stream yesterday, and normally I turn the chat off just to keep trolls out. I'm still eating my hair. Where's it coming from? Oh, I think I got it. Okay. Hairball. So I normally turn the chat off so that we don't have trolls, because Lord knows the trolls love me. But I didn't. I forgot because I was doing 4.2 billion other things. So this is getting a little bit out of hand. Okay. I think we got it. Okay. We're off to a good start. So we had some camp outs, y'all. We had some campers. This is everybody running into the chat as soon as it opened last night. We had 80. You could only see 80s Music Man. You can only see his foot. He took off running as soon as he could. Literally the second it opened, so you could only see his foot. And then next, Happy Bath Bar was just right on 80's heels. Stacy S, is that a bottle of liquor? What do you have in your hand right there with your bags? Already excited. Look at you excited. Jill C, and then you see Queen Olive Ruth Ann sneaking in over there. And then outside, but still not quite in yet, we have Fur Baby's mom, who's just making it in. Fur Baby's mom, who's just making it inside. Julie Frazier's right behind her. JP is taking this real serious, trying to, I think it was right after this, he knocked over Julie Frazier. And then BG, and then Kelly P. Kelly P was a little bit calmer than the rest of y'all. I'm going to be honest. Kelly P was a little bit calmer. So all of y'all were here before I was, between last night and this morning. So congratulations to y'all. Yeah, Alyssa K, you behave. I am so glad to see y'all. Let's get this party started, shall we? It's going to be a good day. It's a good day to have a good day. Let's see. And I have problems. Let's see. I'm going to pull up the paint drying. Right now, we're still right. Like it's not, there's not a whole lot. There's not anything going on at the moment with the, actually, I think I have another feed that I could do better. For those of you who missed yesterday, it was a doozy. You'll want to go back and watch that one. Yesterday was a doozy. We got to hear from the victim. It was, that one was sad. All right, let me get our dang paint drying. It's like the paint that never ends, paint that never dries. Oh, oops, wrong thing. Let's see. What is happening in my life right now? Okay. Get it together, Brandi. All right. Here's our paint drying. Lord knows we're going to watch the paint dry. All right. So I've got that up. There we go. We're going to watch paint dry. All right. Daily med check. I just now took them. I've been up since a million o'clock, and I just now took them. So give me 20 minutes and I'll start acting normal. We all know I ain't never gonna act normal. But that's okay. We have, so in this corner, we have paint drying on a popcorn ceiling for the rest of our lives. And in this corner, or the rest of the screen or whatever, we have the Ferriter trial. So we'll see how that goes. I tweeted out this morning too. We are doing our 10K party on Sunday. Oh, we have movement. Make sure I don't have this muted. Nope, I sure don't. Look at me on top of things. Look at me on top of things. Let's see them come in. Interesting. Tosh says, I can go with not seeing popcorn ceilings for a while. Yeah, look, when I finally went to bed last night, well, early this morning, I was looking at my ceiling thinking like, I'm so glad I have shiplap, y'all. Like, I don't think I could do the popcorn ceilings. I think it would be too much. All right, so we have we have a new family member.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Welcome to being our best friend. This is where you live now. This is where you will report every day, and we will take attendance. Roll call. Congratulations on becoming one of us. You look good and green. We're glad to have you. I'm excited. We've had a bunch of new members lately. We're just a growing. It's been a lot of fun getting to know, new people coming in, trying us out from other little corners of the internet. It's been a good thing. I know a couple of people had asked me about Melly. Ugh, the M word. The M word is worse than the F word. Well, one of the F words. Fresh. I'm not going to cover it, and I might do updates, but it will be in a podcast form or something, so that I don't have to listen to anybody's crap. And that's the final decision on that. And the reason what finally made my decision is that whoever sent me the thing about the jury tampering or whatever, I retweeted it. And then, of course, a lot of people were like the same thing. And the whole reason I retweeted it is because, like, jury tampering, shocker, we saw Felicia's testimony. Like, literally nobody is surprised about this, right? So then I start getting all the comments about how, I'm only reporting the bad stuff, and I'm only doing this, and I should be doing this, and I should be doing that, and I should be doing this, and I should be doing, what you should be doing? Minding your business. I can tweet whatever I want to tweet. And to be told that I'm not using my platform, to bring awareness to what? I did use my platform for that, and I got death threats. Nobody wants to hear the truth. I put out all of the information. I put out everything. I put all of the information together. I said the entire time we were watching, do not make your decisions yet. Let's wait. Let's wait until we hear everything. We don't know what the defense is going to say. As it's going on, it's like, well, this is looking worse, but let's just wait. We're towards the very end of the trial, and I'm like, this is really bad. Let's just wait. And then we waited, and we had a guy who got up there and perjured himself. And then it was like, all right, well, now we've heard things. So to be told that I'm not using my platform to bring awareness to corruption, pay attention to my platform before you start talking about my platform. I start my day at 5 a.m. and I don't end it until at least after midnight. And Some of that's working on this stream. Some of that's working on the podcast, which is shocker, exposing corruption. Some of it is working on other stuff. Right now, I'm trying to get an interview scheduled with a missing girl. I'm trying to, I'm trying to work out missing Mondays. So like I can figure out how to do like the clips where we can like highlight every Monday, send out like 3 or 4 of like the YouTube shorts to try to get like, missing people out there. I'm using my platform. Don't come over here with your free Melly BS telling me what I should be tweeting. So that, my friends, is why I will not be covering the Melly trial. Because my 2 biggest things, everybody knows this, victims and the truth. And nobody in that trial gives a shit about either of those. So not bothering with that. That's my rant for this morning. That's my rant. This is why we can't have nice things. Yes. Yeah. So, social media is, it's one of those things like I'm so grateful to be able to have, a platform where like I can try to help do some good and, spread some positivity and, get the word out about things that, people might not know about. Like I love that part of this. The downside of it is that I am no longer, like, there are people who perceive that I am no longer allowed to be a human being who has thoughts and feelings and perceptions and opinions, and anything that I tweet has to be, approved by everybody. Shocker, newsflash, nothing is going to be approved by everybody. Universal approval is not, it's non-existent. It doesn't happen. It's not real. So I have to be authentic to myself. And if I tweet something, it's my business. It's my business. I tweeted everything while we were covering that. I put together all the information. I did all the digging. I put all the charts. I did all the time. And that's not what people wanted. People wanted to, troll. That's not why I'm here. I have too many important things going on to deal with trolls. And I feel like I put so much time in there finding the truth and putting all of the facts together to create my own opinion as to what I think on guilt or innocence. And I went through that process. So now I'm allowed to have that opinion. And I'm allowed to disagree with somebody who doesn't have that opinion. And they're allowed to disagree with me. And we can still be nice to each other. People don't know that. It's crazy. Internet's a crazy little world. Crazy little world. Maria theme song. We are family. Speaking of family, we have family party Sunday. I know I already said it, but I'm really excited about it. It's going to be so much fun. Hi, lawyer, Mr. Hi. Hello. Good morning. Good morning. It's good to see you. I'm excited about the internet is going to internet. That's one thing for sure. The internet is going to internet. I'm excited about the 10K party though. We have all kinds of giveaways and we have some exciting stuff, some guests. We have all kinds of exciting stuff. It's all positivity. It's all good. I'm really excited. Oh, speaking of positivity. All right. So trolls suck and I was getting annoyed. So anytime I try to get annoyed, I try to like drown out the nonsense with happiness. So let me pull up some happiness that I did this morning. Priya Malcolm, member for 4 whole months. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Okay, so we're glad to have you. You live here now. All right, so this morning, I was like, it's Friday Eve. It's going to be a good day. Oh, They're ruining our good time. If y'all haven't been on Twitter yet, go. I did a spread the love thing. Spread some love on this beautiful Friday Eve. Name someone or something that you're proud of, and let's celebrate each other. Go put who you're proud of, and we'll go over some of them at lunch, because it's a good day to spread love, y'all. It's a good day to spread love. Brady's hyper this morning. I had like 5 hours of sleep, which I haven't had in a really long time. So I'm on it, doggone it. Plus, I got a lot done this morning. They haven't turned on audio yet. No audio. We want to hear. We want to hear what's going on. What's happening? I want to hear. I feel like we're being left out of the party here. What are they talking about? I need lip readers. Stat. He's pointing at everything. What is happening? I need to know. Inquiring minds want to know. Nosy minds want to know. It may be 11K by Sunday. Yeah, it really is. Like, hold on, let me look. It actually has grown really. Yeah, we're at 10,821, so it really might be 11K by Sunday, which would be even better. We'll have a whole nother party. Maybe not a whole nother party. Hello, good morning. Be kind, Tiger. Spread the love and be kind. Yes, 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 yes. Tony Bailey says, 5 hours. You sound like the guy from Elf. I slept great. I got a whole 30 minutes. That's how my life feels, Tony Bailey. I'm not going to lie. That is how my life feels. 90% of the time. I don't sleep much. Oh, you think we're going to get a verdict? Oh, let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Do you think we will get a verdict in Rentala today? Startle. We'll see what y'all say. Oh, audio. Thank you.
Okay. Well, she told me yesterday that she expected to rest by the end of the day. So if the end of the day means 5 and that leaves another hour of testimony, then you could do those 2 witnesses.
So I would tell those witnesses to be available at 5 Eastern, which will be 3 or 2.
That's fine, but let me confirm with the jurors that they're available, because anytime I drop on them a change in the schedule, I always make sure that it's something they can accommodate. Okay. All right. So that's the plan then. All right.
I'm going to start with publishing some evidence this morning. So if we could just have the TV moved and then.
You need it moved up. Okay. All right. Mark, can you take care of that? And then when you're ready, you can bring the jurors out.
Bring the jury. Thank you, Kelly, for the super chat. Sending love and hugs your way. So glad to be here. Thank you so much. We are glad you were here. Okay. Dallas born, Boston bred, a gifted 5 memberships. Look at all of our new members. JP, well, that's good. Since you waited in line for a good reason then, JP, this morning, knocking people over. Chrissy G, Kiko, Lola's. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, it's moving. Ara and Melanie Harper were all gifted memberships. Thank you, Dallas born, Boston bred. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Y'all are on it, doggone it.
All right. For any folks that are on Zoom for the court's morning docket, the morning docket has concluded. So if you were here for an 8:30 hearing, your matter is now been concluded. So you can go ahead and sign off. If you're here for the trial in State versus Ferriter, you can remain logged in. But otherwise, if you're here for the morning hearings, you can go ahead and sign off.
Allie B from Tennessee. Thank you so much. I'm broke, but love you so much. Doggone it. Had to give you a few dollars. Thank you, Allie B from Tennessee. I appreciate it. We're glad to have you here.
Yeah,
So it's almost, our poll is almost split. About half of you, 52%, say that we'll get a verdict today in Rentala. The paint might finally dry, y'all. The paint might finally dry. Maybe not, but we're hoping. We're hoping. Do you know? Oh, see, I get that anniversary song stuck in my head every single time. Now it's split. Now we're at like 51, 49. We haven't done so well on this polls. We used to, but this.
All right, Mark, you may bring the jurors out. We can get started.
This one works. This trial has messed up all of our polls. Literally. Hello, Robert. Have they had closing arrangements? No, they're still going. Well, in Rentala, they have. We're on verdict watch, but on this one, not yet. Not yet.
All rise.
Jury entering. Brandi needs a Twitch stream. So somebody has asked me about Twitch. I don't know how to work. Y'all, I just learned how to work YouTube this year. So Twitch, I'll put it on my to-do list on how to do it. I don't know how to do it.
All right, everyone may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back this morning. I hope everyone had a good evening, rest, and had the opportunity to rest and relax. I want to bring, I told you at the beginning, if we had any issues with the scheduling, I would let you know at the earliest opportunity once I became aware of it. And unfortunately, I need to let you know that we are not running on schedule as we had planned. We are running a little bit behind. So I'm going to do a couple things to try to get us back on schedule. The plan today would be to go to 6 o'clock, but I won't do that on the day that you get here without making sure that all of you can stay to 6 today. And secondly, I would start tomorrow at 8:30 instead of 10 and go to 6 tomorrow. The idea being that that would create at least a reasonable possibility we would be done with the completion of the submission of the evidence. Unfortunately, that means that we probably will not get to closing arguments tomorrow, that we would not get to closing arguments at the earliest until Tuesday. I don't know if Monday is a holiday for all of you, but it's a holiday for the court, so we would not start back on Monday. We would start back on Tuesday. So the first question I have for you, is there anybody that has a logistical issue that you could not stay to 6 today? If you do, then we won't stay to 6. We'll end at 5 like we had planned. And I see someone, you have a problem staying to 6? All right, so I told you at the beginning, you people are the most important people in this courtroom, and I meant that. So if you've got a problem, I'm not going to inconvenience you at this point. We'll finish at the normal time that you expected at 5 today. How about having time to prepare for tomorrow? Any issue being here at 8:30 and going to 6 tomorrow to try to squeeze out as much time as we can? All right. So that's that. I'm the bearer of the bad news for that. So let me tell you the other thing, that in terms of the closings, and there may be some submission of evidence, you need to plan for next week of being required to be here. I would say at least Tuesday and maybe Wednesday or Thursday, because I don't know how long deliberations are going to take. But what I do know is that under the current plan, the expectation would be that you would get the case sometime on Tuesday. And then you would start deliberations, and we never know how long deliberations are going to take.
Yeah.
And the only thing I need to work out is whether I would be available on Wednesday or we would go Tuesday, Thursday of next week. And I won't know the answer to that until tomorrow. I'll let you know. So, but at a minimum, you need to kind of plan that you could be on call for me Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of next week. And this is one of those unfortunate times where you fall into that 10% that run over the original estimate, but it happens. And I apologize that it's happened, but it's something that we have to deal with. And as I told you at the very beginning, once we start, we have to finish. So I do ask in advance for your understanding, and certainly don't hold it against anybody, one side or the other, because we are going over. You can hold it against me. I'm fine. I'm a big boy. You can hold it against me, but certainly don't hold it against either the state or the defendant in this case. Okay. All right, everybody understand that? So we'll go to 5 today, like the original schedule, and tomorrow we'll start at 8:30 and then go to 6, and you'll get your normal morning breaks. Okay? All right? I know I'm not seeing any smile. Well, I am seeing one smile, so I appreciate that. Okay, so with that, is the state ready to continue? Anything else you want me to? Yeah.
That's a long day. It's a long day. It's a long day. Monday, they don't have court. I will not be streaming. I'm going to use Monday to record the podcast so it can be out Tuesday. So Monday, we will not do a stream. Maybe. If we do, it might be something small. But I'm not planning on it as of now because that would give me the entire day to record episode 4. And
all right, so it was brought to my attention. I'm aware that one of our jurors has the flight leaving. When is the flight? Tuesday evening, so you'd be out Tuesday. So we will speak with you and address that. I mean, we knew it was a risk, and we didn't anticipate that it was a risk that was going to cause much of an issue, but we will address your situation at the appropriate time. And I'm not going to force you to change your plans. I can tell you that. It may alter how I handle coming back, but we'll deal with that. So don't fret or worry about that situation, okay? Unless you can tell me that your plans could be changed, and if you tell me that and it's not a big deal, then I would consider, but I'm not putting pressure on you to do that. Okay, so why don't you check on that and you'll let me know, and then at the appropriate time, we'll figure out what to do with your situation, okay? All right. Thank you for raising that with me, Ms. Coakley, because I was aware that that was one issue we were going to have to deal with. All right, so at this point, all sides ready to continue with the trial this morning? All right, Ms. Murad, Mr. Wahid, you ready? All right, who's going to, okay, all right, so the state is publishing Exhibit 17. This is a document that's already in evidence, and you're very familiar now with the publishing process. It's the process by which they display to you the items that have been put in the evidence. So any objection to that? All right, that'll be fine, Mr. Wade. And just to clarify, Mr. Wade, these are Exhibits 4 and 7 that were entered during the cross-examination of FF. Yeah.
Thank you, Jen, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. You're the best. Micah Ruddle just gifted a membership. It went to Marigold
While we're
Love.
doing that, Ms. Coakley, just for purposes of the court managing the mid-morning break, how long are the publishing, if there's any one that's going to go 30 minutes, an hour, just give me some estimate so I can manage the breaks. Okay, so I typically don't like to go more than an hour, hour and a half. So if it gets up to one of those stopping points, let me know and we'll take a break at the appropriate time.
I had, let's see. I had a different feed from ABC, but it's not showing now. They don't have all the audio equipment on yet either, though. They only have some of the stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Wahid.
But I boosted it.
And Your Honor, just for record purposes, every video that we begin, I will be reading off the date for that video so it can be identified.
So that the record's clear.
Yes.
All right, I'll look to you to attend to that.
Okay, Your Honor.
All right.
So right now, the state will be publishing State's Exhibit 17, specifically January 6, 2022.
And, okay, so jurors able to, the TV's close enough, you're able to see everything fine? All right. You may proceed.
They haven't said yet. Not sure.
Good morning. Head to the bathroom. Can you come back?
Ronan is 16, and his sister that testified before him is 17 now. Oops. I'll put it up as soon as she comes up. She's over there watching the beach right now, laying on her little bed in front of the beach. I'll put Lucy Cam on as soon as she comes up back over here. I think they're still together because she's in there like supporting. She was 52 months this week. Don't ask me how I know that. She's like our emotional support dog for the chat. I don't think so because they haven't asked after this if they have any questions.
Get too close. Let's go.
Good morning, those of y'all coming in.
Ready? You ready? Can you replay? Will you turn up your air during the day? We don't? That you need to put in here? Okay. Do you want to throw your blanket on there and make your bed nice? Are those dirty clothes? need to put in here? Put your dirty ones and dirty ones. See, this is yeah. See, this needs to be right here. Got it? Yep. Okay. Get it back a little bit.
The jury can see the video. We just can't. They're not going to show it because it has him in it and he's a minor. So these are some of the ring camera. This is some of the ring camera footage. Hold on.
So it's homework, right? In a game, so you're blocking it so you can't try to be like on the camera. Are you doing that? Strategically? No. Let's go. When you lie, you pee in there? No. Let's go. Go back to liars.
It's like first thing in the morning and he's already fussing at him. That's really sad. He asked him if he was ready. It sounds like he's getting him ready for school. He asked him if he was ready, and then he asked him if he peed in there. I'm assuming he's talking about the bucket. He's like yelling at him first thing in the morning.
Go, that stuff's out of here. Give me that.
Cam, put that on pause, please.
Oh, that's tough too. Like, think about how that would be as a kid to like the very first thing that you're woken up with in the morning is like for the, in your box in the garage is to, be hollered at and it just makes me sad. Yeah, it was definitely bad. It'll be interesting to see if he testifies. How, because here's the thing, them hearing him on video, like hollering and carrying on and calling him names and cussing him out and stuff like that, like him here, the jury hearing that on video, they're going to remember that. So even if he gets up there to testify, he's going to, you know, he can say or do whatever he wants and be as, you know, charismatic as he wants or anything. And, you know, but the jury will still remember, you know, him cussing and hollering and carrying on. It's so sad. Like, that's not, and look, I ain't gonna lie, like, we've all had our parenting moments where, you know, we wouldn't want it played in court either. I get that. But this is far beyond a bad moment. This is a bad life. One tweeter said the box was the abuse. Can't change that with testimony.
All right, Ms. Black, you may proceed.
I have that same shirt. And now I'm like, I'm never wearing it again.
Now publishing January 7th, 2022.
Sure.
Him not being in custody opens up a lot of those rules that we're used to seeing. She's probably in our chat right now. I have no idea. Y'all say that. We have people in our chat. Look, the lead detective from the widower trial, the Thami case, is one of our members now. And the defense attorney's kids were in our chat for Travis Rudolph. A lot more people watch than y'all think. Judge Schroeder watched RA. Even if it was just on accident in the courtroom. Yeah. Dino Kelly, the lead investigator, the one that's one of the trial daddies. Yeah, he's one of our members now. He's going to come on and do an interview with me soon. And he was laughing at everybody's comments from when he was on the stand.
get your clothes. Here's your food. Get it going. Okay. Grab your clothes. It is dirty.
Yeah.
Eat, order, make a bed.
She's taking pictures behind her. She just took a picture. What's she taking a picture of? You can't take pictures in the courtroom. What's she taking pictures of? Um, where's the jury sitting at in relation to? There's no way she just took a picture of the jury, right? There's no way. Where's that view of the courtroom from yesterday? Where's the jury sitting in relation to this?
Where's your food? Give me your food. Roll that like the other ones.
He's sitting at the far edge because we saw him get over there. That looked like that was facing toward the jury. There's no way, right?
Alright, fix your stuff together. What are those?
Probably in there for that.
Okay. You got your stuff?
Yeah, you can get some.
I gotta look this up.
Say hi, Ryan. No, let's go. We're gonna go do that. No, what's wrong there? He's gonna eat.
There, thank you.
Let's go. Go. Go, 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 no. Let's go. Let's go. Go. Come on, Patrick, go.
Okay, this is the. Is this where they sat? That's what it.
So that's the way to bring your dishes to the bathroom. You change the extra garbage down the room.
There's the whole courtroom. Oops. Y'all, there's that looks like okay, look. He's sitting right here and they're right beside him. And she took a picture right there. The jury's right there. The screen is over there.
Yes. Good night.
Wear your shoes. Your dirty socks. Your shoes out there.
Heidi, I don't think they can blur it because media isn't airing the videos. They're airing the court live. Yeah. That's crazy.
Now publishing January 8th, 2022.
January 8th is not, it's only a couple weeks before he ran away.
Okay, for you.
I mean, that was on a live feed, so their inbox is probably flooded already. I'm sure everybody was like, what just happened?
Who's got ready for you? Father's coming right now. Here they come. Here they come. Congratulations, Nola. Good job, Nola.
No, she held it up. Like she held it up. You could see her hold it up, take a picture, and then show Tracy. So who knows what was on it.
What are you doing? Why? You want to eat dinner? Yeah. Okay. We'll eat dinner. What's wrong with you? Okay. Thank you, Mama, for bringing me dinner. Yeah, I'm hungry. Yeah, that'll be great.
Ugh, I hate hearing them talk to him. There's no kindness or love in their voices. I hope that, like, I mean, obviously we're not going to see every moment that they had. I hope that there was some of that as well. So he didn't even go eat with them. She just left him food on his desk. Good morning. Vince Charney doesn't want to look at the camera or look at the video.
You walk out back. Yeah. Back and forth. Yeah. What?
But I wonder how they talked to the other kids. Like if it was like anywhere near as bad. Oh, you know she's in there like they're making notes on the evidence for her trial, you know?
Now publishing January 9th, 2022.
Good morning. There's your crib, and you grab some clothes for sure and make your bed. I'm gonna take those to the bathroom right now. So take this away. Anything else? No, I guess that's good. Okay, all right. You can start eating, and then hold on a second, I'll open it.
This is the mom.
Alright, let's go brush your teeth. Dirty stuff.
So, I mean, this kind of gives you an idea of where she's taken the picture at. I mean, like, here's the jury box over here, right? So, that's crazy. I mean, I guess all courts are different, but I'd be scared to take a picture in there with my phone. I'm always the one to get in trouble, so I'd be like, you know what? I'm gonna keep my phone put up.
My cars, you're gonna have no cars for bath time.
Come on, there.
But no, not having.
Come on.
I'm the man in the
No, come on, maybe later.
If here's a coach, go, we're gonna do bath time, and I'll get your cars in your room.
Yes.
Let's go. Here goes Mary. Here goes Fiona. We're gonna have no car time. No, we have cars. Lights are gonna be turned off in a second. Wait, let's go.
Hi, Pierre.
Let's go, Pierce. Let's go. Go get your cars.
You're gonna sit here. I want to see the screen for the camera. Don't block it. Don't try to be tricky. You share? Yes. Did I give you that book? Yeah. It's good. Information about the world. Put that on your desk. Corner there. Okay.
14. But it started before that. It was 14 when it stopped. Let me pull up the updates of what's going on. And try to narrate. Okay, so what we just heard, I'm pulling up Kathy's stuff from inside the courtroom. So mom came in the room, son gets out of bed and walks out with mom. Son comes back in to changes clothes and paces the room, makes the bed. He lies down on the made bed. Mom comes in and leaves with the child, leaves the door open. The room is open, bed's made. Son comes in with little child. The child jumps on the bed with a ball and then leaves. The door is open the whole time.
Holocaust.
You have to make something?
No, I have to just.
You have to watch it?
No, I have to like move the thing. Straight. No, no.
Leah, if you're going to do them all, I want to close my thing so I don't have to try to watch that plus this plus that plus that. And I'll read yours for those who are just listening instead of watching.
What are we doing in the trouble? I'm looking at it. To what? Nice. What's it going on? What's all this stuff? Huh? It's nothing. So what were you just saying? Yeah. Huh? Step aside. Are you doing anything you shouldn't have done? No. Playing any games? No. Sure. Yeah.
I asked him if he's playing games. He said no. I said, are you sure?
Yeah, it's different. We'll put the air on. Mama did. So right here. Sure? Yeah. Tell me now. What were you doing? I was walking back in. So you've not done everything the whole time? No. I closed Chrome and it kicked me out. Why did you close Chrome? Because I was closing out stuff. What stuff? All the things I clicked about. You can waste my time. But I have to search stuff. I'll find it. School will find it, or I'll actually spend time to find it. But I don't want to waste my time searching what you've already been doing. If you're doing anything you shouldn't have done. No.
He's telling him, don't waste my time. He asked, are you doing anything you shouldn't have done?
All talking stuff. Huh? All talking, man. What were you doing on it tonight? This person line. That's what I'm taking. You're supposed to do that? Well, it's allowed. Everyone that can have it. I think it's allowed. It's allowed. Like, it's not restricted. Okay.
He's like, are you supposed to be doing that? And Ronan said, it's allowed.
Business after that. Yes, it's easy. Why? Because I was trying to get back to the portal. You don't click on something by accident. By accident. You're very deliberate when you do it. So what I can do is bring this to your IT people tomorrow at school, because it says suspicious activity recording app. I'll let them know that something's happening there with this. Should I do that? No, that I pressed. You go to the new tab.
Hold on, I can't do it all, so I'm gonna have to pause it. It says he's asking about suspicious activity on a recording app, and
SSTBC bookmarks at the top, and it led me there. And then I realized it's the wrong thing, so I clicked on the other one, the portal.
So he's trying to explain what it is.
Not an active routes or tip report appropriate.
Oh,
Here's this one.
I'm scared to talk. I don't want to miss anything that they actually say. Yeah, so the judge is allowing recording and pictures and stuff, and it's weird, but it's his courtroom. They gave permission to show them, but the camera, they're still not showing them, which I agree with. Because maybe not in this trial, but I mean, think about like if people know you're on a trial, like if they see you on here, then you're not going to be able to avoid hearing about it, you know? And there could be witness tampering or jury tampering.
He said he was done with his homework, but he was still on his computer because it's something to do.
What were you searching?
This customization thing.
What?
Customization thing.
You're supposed to be doing it on your Chromebook?
Restricted, does that mean you should take $10? No. Right.
So you finished all your homework?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, let's take the Chromebook then. Take it.
He finished all his homework.
So you say you're searching customization?
Yeah.
Okay.
Searching
Let's go to the
customization.
bathroom real quick. I'll walk with it.
you get, hey, Tim. Tim, did you, is his email open? His school email open?
Anything else for him? Did you turn the air on for him?
I did, yes.
Okay.
There, I'll give him
We did a poll and it was like 50-50 if people thought he was going to testify or not. Like literally 50-50. Hello.
Here you go. Sleeping any better? A little bit?
Did you say you sleep any better?
You can't tell.
Okay. I'll see tonight, but I don't think I'm sleeping that much better.
Ugh.
Right?
Yeah.
Good. That's a lesson, right?
Yeah.
All right, good night.
You turned the light on? Okay, back down.
He had to ask her to turn the light on.
Now publishing January 10th, 2022.
Dirty? Let's go.
Dad's still looking through the computer. Son's on the bed. The door's open. Now mom stands in doorway. Dad closes laptop. He gets up so mom can get what looks like dirty clothes. Dad and son leave the room and the door stays open.
and make your bed.
Ms. Black, are we at a stopping off point for a 10-minute break? Let's pause it. Let me go ahead and take a 10-minute break now.
Son in bed with lights out. He tosses and turns.
All right, so ladies and
Doors
gentlemen,
closed.
it's 20 after. We've been going about an hour. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll start back up 11:30.
Mom comes in and brings him a plate of food. That's the last one I see. Yikes.
All right, everyone may be seated. Court will be in recess until 11:30.
Mom talks to son and leaves the room, closes door, turns lights on, then turns the light off after son says something. She turns the light off after he says something. Theirs is a little bit behind me. My feed is, they're on a delay. So that's what they just heard. Son gets out of bed after dad comes in to wake him up. Dad leaves the room and the door open. Son stays in bed. Son is getting dressed and makes the bed after dad comes in to tell him to get ready. And that was it. Sorry, their feed is a little bit behind mine. You know, the crappy part about that is that, like, I know we're not, like I said, I know we're not seeing everything, but it really sucks to not hear any kind of, like, you know, love you, you know, good morning, like nothing. I know that the defense is going to want to show that side of everything, because their main thing, you know, based on what they've been saying, is going to be focusing on what they feel like was good parenting, like examples of good parenting, you know, and that this is just out of context. You can't have a box out of context. Just throwing that out there. Can't have a box out of context. But what do I know? I know you can't have a box out of context. That's what I know. But they're going to focus on the parenting side of it, and they're going to show some of those videos, like some of those clips of the videos where he's, how does she word it, that he's allowed to just roam free in the living room. He ain't cattle, y'all. He ain't roaming free. He's living in a home. Like that's totally, roaming free is like, you know, when we used to open the gate from the front pasture to the back pasture and let the horses roam free. Now they have 2 pastures and 2 barns to choose from. That's roaming free. Roaming free ain't letting your kid exist in your living room. How is that? Like, how is that even a thing? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Good morning. Good morning. Hello to those of y'all joining us. Good morning. Good morning. Natasha's a new subscriber. Hello, Natasha. It's good to see you here. Welcome. I legit don't even care what the defense is going to get up and show. Julie Frazier, I get that. The only reason that I am wanting to see what they say is because I am hoping to see those little pockets of time where they were kind and loving to him and nurturing, so that at least he felt that. But then again, I don't even know if that makes it better or worse. I don't know if knowing that they're capable of it, but they're choosing not to do it, is going to be worse psychologically on him than if he just never experiences that from them. So, I hate that for him. Hate that for him. They were sitting behind the prosecution. They took pictures of something on prosecution table, laptop or notes. Yeah, which is wild to me. Like, I get, okay, the judge is allowing pictures and stuff and like whatever. But that's still wild to me that like, sis, you got a trial coming up. Go sit behind your co-defendant husband instead of the behind the prosecution, so you can try to snoop and see what all they got, which will be in discovery anyway. Will the contractor testify? I would think so, because, well, I don't know, honestly. You know, he's done interviews and stuff, but I don't know if it's actually needed for the case, because I mean, we all know that there was the box, so maybe, you know, maybe it's not needed for the case anyway. On the witness stand yesterday, he was asked how he felt about this, and he said apathetic, and that was right at the start, and a sad sign right there. Yeah. Oh. Awful. How is she able to be there during this trial? Okay, so they're both out on bail. Like, neither of them are in custody. And because she's not testifying or anything, like, this is an open trial, it's, you know, free to the public, so she's allowed to be there. If she were testifying, which testifying against your husband is like not, you know, not common, not required. You can't compel them to do that. Then, you know, if she were testifying or something, then she wouldn't be allowed in there. But since she's not, and since her trial is completely separate, she's allowed to be in there. So sad. So sad. He hasn't learned healthy ways to express himself. He probably thought he deserved some. He does think he deserved some of this. Absolutely gut-wrenching. It is. That's the thing, is like that my mama's heart, y'all. My mama's heart broke, like just ripped in shreds yesterday when he was like, they just made a mistake. You know, like I was acting up, and like they were just reacting to what I did. And I'm like, okay, that is a very mature way to look at it. Like, if you have had, you know, years of therapy to work through whatever, but this kid's 16 years old, y'all. He was 14 when this happened. Like, this wasn't like, that was him internalizing everything, and like everything that he did. Like, of course he's, you know, if all you're ever given is, if you're locked in a box and like treated like, not even like a pet, because I mean, Lord knows, look how I treat my pet. Oh, where is she, by the way? Oh, she's over there laying on her other bed. But it just makes me so sad. Good morning. Good morning. They tried to get the contractor who tore out the box to sign an NDA to get paid. She refused to sign. Oh, wow. Wow. Little B, thank you so much. Just wanted to say welcome all the new members and say Brandi Churchwell is awesome and wonderful and beautiful. Oh, I'm leaving that one up on the screen. Just joking. Thank you so much, Little B. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate the love. Appreciate the love. And my sound effects are working, which I also appreciate. Oh, my mama's heart. I hope he realizes this wasn't a mistake. Yes, it was a bad choice, but it was a calculated choice. That's the thing is like, look, everybody makes mistakes. This was a series of decisions. This was beyond a mistake. I have made mistakes parenting. I have yelled at my kid, you know, and just flipped my lid and, you know, lost my marbles and whatever else, you know. And like like everybody makes mistakes as a parent, you know. And then it's like, oh gosh, I can remember I was so overwhelmed and frustrated, and I can't remember if it was work or family or Lord knows what one time. And I will never forget this moment. I yelled at my kid when I was driving him to school, yelled at him. Don't even know what it was for. Probably something stupid. I yelled at him, and I'm sitting there gripping the steering wheel, mad. And he was maybe, let's see, I was driving him to like junior high school. So, I mean, he had to have been like, you know, 8th, 9th grade, something like that. And I can remember he was about to get out, and it had like, I had yelled at him on the way. And then there was like maybe a minute and a half, 2 minutes of silence in the car. And he was about to get out, and I was like, wait, we can't. Like I pulled around the car that was in front of me or whatever when he was about to get out, and I was like, wait, because I was like, I felt so bad for yelling at him. I was like, I can't send him to school after having just like this can't be the start of his day. So like, you know, we played hooky for the first, you know, hour of school or whatever, and went and had breakfast and like calmed down and talked whatever. But I was like, that was a mistake. It was a huge mistake, and it's something that I still think about. You know, now he's 20 years old, and I still think about that morning, you know, like hollering at him in the car. That's a mistake. Building a box in 2 different states, 2 different houses, and going, that's not a mistake. That is a series of decisions. And that's why I have problems with this whole thing. Little B super sticker. Thank you. Thank you, Little B. Thank you, Little B. Thank you. Thank you. You can't understand sweet if all you had is sour. Oh, makes me so sad. Oh yeah, I got an email of this. Let me pull this up. Let me pull this up. Look at here. Looky here. Ricky Harrison, or Ricky Harrison. Ricky Watson and Matthew Harris Law. Look at there. Best of buddies. Best of buddies. Oop. See movement in the courtroom. Movement in the courtroom. Thank you so much, Melissa. I love your Southern voice. Thank you so much. You should hear me after I've had a couple glasses of wine. It gets real bad. Real bad. Or when I'm mad. You know, you said I bet he hates the adoptive parents for what they did to him, but he was so like kind and forgiving on the stand. Like he was like, I think that, you know, they just made a mistake and they like people need to let it go. And I'm like, oh. Look at me. I'm sitting there telling that story about when my kid was like in like 8th grade. And now I'm like, I need to call him and apologize. He's 20. I think he's moved past it. But could parents be setting up an offer plea? Well, I mean, I don't even know what the mom is thinking at this point. After who knows? I don't know what's in their heads, because honestly, I don't understand how they didn't take that, how he didn't take that plea deal for the 2 years.
All right, before we get started, let me just make an announcement. I've been advised that there have been some instances of people taking photos with their cell phones or electronics in the courtroom. That is expressly and specifically prohibited unless you are a member of the press. It's been pre-authorized to either video these proceedings or to take still photography through our publicity coordinator. Anybody else is not authorized to be using their electronics in the courtroom unless you are an attorney or involved in either the state's legal team or the defense's legal team. Anybody else should turn your electronics off at this point, because I can't have anybody violating the rules and taking photographs or audio recordings of these proceedings when they've already been expressly advised prior to this that they shouldn't be doing that. So that's the court's ruling. Unless you, again, are a member of the either state or the defense legal team, or an attorney, or a member of the press that's already been pre-authorized to take video or still photographs. Everyone else should have your electronics turned off at this point. Ms. Black, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir. I did want to address one issue when we were at sidebar about the timing on
Mhm.
the videos. It came to my attention that the timing is in the UTC time. So in the later hours, when it's 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, or 8 o'clock, it converts because it's 5 hours ahead.
So it's still correct.
Yes, it's
So you'll deal with that in closing arguments and explain it if that's something that needs to be explained. But you concur with that explanation, Mr. Wahid? You don't. Okay, all right. So if that's something that either side wants to address in closing arguments, you can do it. It doesn't sound to me like it's a problem with the evidence per se, and it's not even a problem that it's not representing what it purports to represent. It sounds like to me now you just have to explain to them that it's the UTC time. All right, so all sides ready to continue?
It shows UTC and Eastern time. It shows both on the screen.
All right, and for those individuals that just walked in prior to my last announcement, you're supposed to, I made an announcement that unless you're an attorney, member of the press, or a member of either the state or the defense's legal team, all electronics are to be turned off at this point, because I've been advised of instances of people taking photographs with their phones. And so because of that, I'm going to now have to invoke the rule that nobody have their electronics on except for the people that I've authorized.
Turn my phone
All right,
off.
so with that, everybody ready for the jury to be brought back out? All right, Mark, you may bring them out.
I gotta turn my phone off so I don't get in trouble. Busted.
Upward. All rise. Jury entering. Upward.
It's my favorite sound effect.
All right, everyone may be seated. Ms. Black, you may proceed with the continued publishing.
And just for the record, the state is still publishing State's Exhibit 17, and we are on January 10th, 2022.
And Ms. Black, just let them know about the UTC time. I think now's an appropriate time to let them know so they can process it contemporaneous to seeing it.
So before every snapshot, there is what's the UTC time, which is 5 hours ahead of what the Eastern time is. So on the bottom, you will see the Eastern time. And then on top, you may see that it may be ahead a day, but that's just because of the timing. This is the time zone. This is still the same day.
Okay. All right, you may continue then.
why do I feel like we just got in trouble? Like we were not the ones taking pictures. And I'm like, I'll sit here quietly, Judge. I won't act up anymore. I'll be on my best behavior. I really do have like, I just got in trouble by the principal, that feeling right now. Like, I'm like,
So try to get your socks, get your clothes.
he said, get your socks, get your clothes.
Just go through there.
Yeah.
Morning. There's a reporter that's in there that follows me on Twitter. But, I mean, everybody watching this probably went nuts. Same way we did. Like, that didn't happen, right?
Where's your desk?
Over there.
They're doing work in here, so you can't go in there. Just grab your stuff, go out the car. Where are your shoes?
They're over by the shelf.
Okay, I'll go get them. Get you in there. This is Derby. Okay, go from the garage.
Yeah, the lady that was sitting with Mom. All right, so on the video, the son is in the room making the bed. The door's closed. Child lying in bed, dressed in blue shorts and a black shirt, reading a book. Dad comes in and turns the AC off, and they both leave. Son comes back in the room.
I'll come with you. I'm gonna just get Mary and I'll be right there. Okay.
Son comes back in the room to change clothes. Dad closes the door behind him. So he gets dressed and then he's lying in bed dressed. Mom opens the door to get him. He gets his things and they both leave the room and the door stays open. You can't see the video. Nobody can see the video. These are updates from reporter in the room. They won't show it because it's got a minor in it. Hey, I'm live.
Can you put that on pause, Ms. Black? Let me have counsel approach, please.
Sorry, my kid. Normally I don't answer, but I just talked about how I yelled at my kid when he was in 8th grade. And now I'm like, I need to answer. I need to talk to him. I need to talk to my baby. All right. So the updates for that, the other one, son is in the room sitting at the corner of the bed. The lights are on. The door is open. Mom is heard in the background. The door closes. Son stays in the room and then sits on the floor looking through something. That's it so far. Look at her. She's hiding. She's like, I got in trouble. I got in trouble by the judge. I got in trouble. I'm in trouble.
All right, you may continue with the publishing.
Son is on the corner of the bed. The door opens. The dad tells him, let's
You want to
go.
take this thing to the next level? Let's do it. Let's do it in Florida too. Let's do it in Florida too. Let's go.
You can hear him crying. You can hear him crying. Dad comes in with son and throws him on the bed, closes the door and turns the lights off. Son is on the bed in the dark, crying.
Get pajamas. Here's a stuff you can do. Go get pajamas. Do you hear me? What are you doing?
Son was sitting on the bed, leaning against the wall in the dark, still crying. Lights go on. Mom comes in and turns on the AC. Little B, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you. Thank you, little B. Son is standing in the room. Lights are on and he's changing clothes. Lights are on and the door is closed. He's sitting at the desk looking or reading something. Lights are on and he's under the covers in bed, tossing and turning.
Reading? Alright, this.
He's lying on the bed on his side, reading or looking through something. Welcome, Susan. Chunk of Bacon just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you.
You're showing those wipes for your face? I don't know where they are.
So the lights come on. He's sitting on the bed. Mom opens the door and calls him out. He leaves the room. The door stays open. And then she just said something about wipes for your face. He doesn't know where they're at. Mom comes in and picks up the laundry and leaves the room. Be Kind Tiger just gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Be Kind Tiger. I appreciate that. Son comes in with mom. Son gets in bed under the covers. Mom leaves. Lights are off and the door is closed. The jurors are stoic. There's no reaction.
January 10th. At this time, the state would pause on this and like to call witness.
Okay,
At this time, we would call Dr. Wade Meyer.
okay.
Whew. Hearing him cry, broke me. Cheryl, the date he ran away from home was January 29th, 2022. I think is what they said. I remember that because it's the same day John O'Keefe's death. Welcome to all of our new members, Chunk of Bacon and Be Kind Tiger. Thank y'all so much for the gifted memberships. And Little B just gifted 5 memberships.
Do you
Little
swear
B, thank
or
you.
affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Y'all are very generous.
All right, Ms. Coakley, you may begin at your convenience.
Oh,
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Wade Cooper Myers, MD.
What's your occupation?
I'm a psychiatrist, and I am also a child psychiatrist and a forensic psychiatrist, and I'm a professor of psychiatry at Brown University in Rhode Island.
Now, you mentioned that you're a medical doctor.
Yes,
Take us a little bit through your educational background.
I went to undergraduate college at Stetson University in DeLand, Florida, and I got a degree in biology. Then I went to medical school at Temple University in Philadelphia, where I got my MD degree.
They don't have his
Then I
microphone.
went to University of Florida. Well, actually, before that, I did 1 year of general surgery at University of South Florida,
I can turn it up, but
Tampa, and then I switched over to psychiatry training, and I went.
but it's
to
going to
University
bust your
of
eardrums
Florida,
when she talks.
in Gainesville, where I did a general psychiatry residency to become a psychiatrist, and then I did extra training in child and adolescent psychiatry, which was a 2-year fellowship there as well, and also I did a 1-year training program in forensic psychiatry, also at University of Florida.
What's the difference between general psychiatry and forensic psychiatry? Like, what is forensic psychiatry?
With general psychiatry is more involved in the diagnosis and treatment of mental disorders. Forensic psychiatry is helping out the legal system in any way in which mental illness and the law may come together. So it could be criminal matters like the insanity defense. It could be child custody cases. It could be malpractice cases where you would opine on someone's medical care or psychiatric care of a patient. It's a broad array of things in forensic psychiatry.
Sir, can you pull the mic up a little closer to you, please?
Yes.
After you finish your fellowship at the University of Florida, and did you are you licensed in Florida?
I am, yes.
And what about Rhode Island?
Yes, I'm also licensed in Rhode Island.
Now, you mentioned that you're currently a professor at Brown University. What did you do in between that fellowship at the University of Florida and then
Real quick, we have a verdict.
going to Brown?
I was on the faculty at University of Florida for,
We have a verdict.
I'm going to say about 15 years, 10 or 15 years, where I became a associate professor. Then I went to University of South Florida, and I helped.
Yeah, we have a
I went
verdict.
there really to start a forensic psychiatry fellowship program, which we did. I was there at the University of South Florida for about 5 years. I was a professor there. And then for the last
Paige, can you tweet
14
that?
years, I've been at Brown University, also where I was recruited to go up and to build a forensic psychiatry program.
Do you treat patients?
I do, yes.
And you said that one of your areas is child psychiatry.
actually-
So are predominantly your patients children?
Yes, most of my patients are children. I also treat adults with a variety of mental conditions.
Now, as a professor, are you involved in teaching in the areas that we talk about?
I am, yes.
Tell us what you, broadly, what that means you do as far as the teaching responsibilities.
I give some lectures to students more in a lecture format, but a lot of my teaching is clinical instruction. And for instance, we have forensic psychiatry fellows who come and work with our faculty for a year in a training program. They become trained in forensic psychiatry. So they'll do cases with us, different types of cases. And then also we give them seminars every week, as well as they'll go to a law school class for a semester one afternoon a week. We participate in that as well with them.
So sorry to interrupt. Do you do any academic research or publish in areas of child psychiatry or forensic psychiatry?
Yes, I have regularly been involved in research during my career.
And peer-reviewed scientific publications, that's what we're talking about?
Yes.
Now, as part of your work, do you also sometimes get involved to give an expert opinion in legal cases?
I do, yes.
Does that include in criminal cases?
It does.
Have you testified here in Palm Beach County before on criminal cases?
Yes, I have. I believe on at least several occasions.
And is that true in other places around the country as well?
Yes.
And so you have offered your expert opinion on topics involving psychiatry in places around the country. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is.
Now, did I reach out to you in this case to see if you could assist us in providing an expert opinion?
Yes, you did.
And did you agree to be involved and to review some of the items in this case?
Yes,
As part
Yes.
of that, did you review the witness statements that were given by the Ronan Ferriter and his sister, Fiona Ferriter?
yes, I did.
And did you also have the opportunity to review their depositions?
Yes,
What about police reports? Did you have the opportunity to review some of the police reports and forensic evaluations done of the children in this case?
I did.
Did you also have the opportunity to review some of the videos that were captured from the Ring camera in this case?
I did. Yes, I believe I reviewed in the neighborhood of 40 videos.
Now, did you also review some school records related to the child in this case, as well as some prior treatment records by other providers?
Yes, I did.
Now, I wanted to, based on your review of all of the documentation in this case, of the documentation that you reviewed in this case, were you able to reach a professional opinion as to whether or not the treatment that Ronan Ferriter received from his parents in this case was harmful?
Yes, I did. I felt it was severely harmful and very psychologically damaging to Ronan.
And why is that?
It was a long-standing pattern of harsh, cruel, and demeaning actions toward this child, as well as close to 3 years of essentially solitary confinement when he was not in school, as well as really sadistic punishments while he was locked away in the room. For instance, withholding meals if he misbehaved, taking his one book away as punishment, which is the one thing he had to do in the room towards the end, turning the lights out to punishment as punishment. And in fact, he talked about being afraid of the dark.
Oh,
And when the lights would go off when he was being punished, he would pull the sheet over his head and really feel terror.
oh.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not this type of treatment of a child by the parents is malicious?
It's malicious. It's cruel. There's really
Overall,
You can go ahead. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not this type of treatment is malicious?
yes. My opinion is it's malicious. It's cruel. I can't think of any other way to describe it more accurately.
Oh, that's
Now, even in cases where this punishment may be in response to maybe a negative or unwanted behavior of a child, is that change at all your opinion? If the child did something wrong and then the parent, this is how they are punishing them, does that change your opinion on whether or not this type of action by the defendants is malicious and cruel?
No, there's no set of circumstances concerning a child's behavior that would justify this sort of really torturous behavior.
Would this type of behavior as punishment or as a punitive measure, or would it result in a positive behavior modification by the child?
No, if I was asked that in a theoretical way, I would predict this sort of behavior to cause the child's reactions, the behavior, their psychological state to deteriorate even further.
And what kind of behaviors might you see as a result of that, hypothetically, in a child who is subjected to this type of behavior, this type of treatment?
It could go in a whole lot of directions that we see in children who are abused, children psychologically, emotionally abused, neglected, but it can go from depression to anxiety to self-injury, where they maybe even start cutting themselves, to trying to commit suicide, to aggression, to headbanging, to problems with peers, problems with concentration, nightmares, sleep disturbances.
All the things
list is very long in abused children, how different children will manifest the signs of abuse.
Could it result in an increase of the type of behavior that is that the parent considers bad or inappropriate?
Yes, it can cause the child to have a more irritable mood. They can become aggressive with their peers. They can become aggressive with family members. Yes, they can they may often will try to run away.
Now, is there any justification or possibility of a positive result from this type of punishment of a child? This type of treatment?
No.
No. That's it. That's the answer. No.
What can you tell us about the type of psychological impact this type of treatment can have?
Again, it's a long list, but do you want me to kind of focus more
broadly
on Ronan, or?
I want you to say broadly first, and then we'll talk more specifically.
So it can have, in general, it can cause more internalizing symptoms where the child will become depressed or withdrawn or isolating of themselves from others, or it can go the other way, externalizing, where they might start acting out, running away, being aggressive. It can affect their schoolwork, where they can't concentrate, their grades start going down. It can cause a lot of problems with them being able to interact positively and in a good way socially with their peers. They may have problems on the playground. They may have problems with even just following the general rules of the school, whatever that might be.
Now, concentrating on kind of some of the videos that you were able to see of his reactions in the room. Anything about that you think was indicative of a psychological impact on the victim while he's in the room?
All right, I'm going to pause it for a minute, and we're going to watch the verdict.
We have a verdict, so let's bring in the jury.
Oh. Fourth trial. We've had 2 hung juries, 1 conviction. Those overturned. I don't think it's hung because they would have sent a note first.
There is who remain standing, defendant who remain standing, all of the names.
You may.
What say you, Madam Foreperson? Has the jury agreed upon its verdict in Hampshire County Indictment 1180 CR 0128, the Commonwealth versus Caravantala? We have. You could please give your verdict slips to the court officer.
It's the first time we've seen it from this angle. Cannon Ann said, why am I nervous? I am too. I always get nervous at verdict readings.
Please return the verdict slip to the foreperson. What say you, Madam Foreperson, as to count 1 of Hampshire County Indictment charging the defendant, Caravantala, with murder? Is she not guilty guilty of murder in the first degree, guilty of murder in the second degree, or guilty of voluntary manslaughter.
We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant guilty of voluntary manslaughter.
Members of the jury hearken to your verdict as the court will record it. You, upon your oaths, do say that the defendant, Kara
Voluntary
Rantala,
manslaughter.
is guilty of voluntary manslaughter. This is the unanimous verdict of the jury. So say you, Madam Foreperson. So say you, all members of the jury.
Yes.
Judge, may the jurors be individually hold?
Can I see it sidebar?
All right. I'm not gonna. We'll get back to this. I'm not gonna bother with the listening to them be polled. If they, well, let's see if what they say about the sentencing. They're coming back already.
Okay, members of the jury, on behalf of the court, I want to thank you for the significant amount of time and attention that you've dedicated to this matter. I'm going to send you back to the jury room one last time. I will be back shortly to talk to you one last time.
All right.
That dude looks like my ex-husband. Everybody's gonna miss chat boyfriend. She's guilty of voluntary manslaughter.
Commonwealth?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves for sentencing. We would request that Kara Rantala's bail be revoked in the interim, and we would request a brief continuance of the sentencing to allow the Commonwealth to consult not only amongst itself, but with Anna Marie Cochran's family. We would ask for something perhaps as early as next week. As far as the bail revocation, Your Honor, as you know, voluntary manslaughter carries a maximum potential penalty of up to 20 years in state prison. The Commonwealth does intend to request an additional period of incarceration for the defendant. Given the stakes, we believe that revocation of her bail is appropriate.
Okay.
I am.
Judge would ask that the court continue her bail when she was faced with a homicide, a first-degree murder indictment, which had the possibility of life without the possibility of parole. She came to court every day. She appeared at every appearance. She has a GPS on her ankle. We would be looking for about 2 weeks to put together a sentencing memo, Judge. We would be asking this court to consider imposing time served, which was something that we discussed before this trial even happened, the Commonwealth and us. So we're asking that be something that we are going to ask the court that we want to put together in a coherent way, and we need 2 weeks to do it, Judge. We'll ask that my client her bail not be revoked under the circumstances. She faces less time now than she did prior to this trial, and she has had no issues at all with respect to any of the GPS concerns. She's reported to probation as she is required to, and so far she's already served 7 years, Judge. 2 years prior to trial and 5 years post conviction.
Okay. Well, I don't know what I'm going to do when it comes time to sentence the defendant. I understand that she's been out for some time and was facing a more serious charge than the one that she's just been, or of which she's just been convicted, but she stands convicted at this point. So I'm going to revoke her bail. Do you have a date in mind? I think 2 weeks is the defendant's request.
sorry, Judge, can I just have a minute?
Sure. Yeah, the afternoon would be better.
He's whispering to her 1 week or 2 weeks.
If I can just have a minute, I shut off my phone, I just need to get my calendar out. Yeah, that's working right on both of those dates. Thank you. Yeah, we do the 19th.
2 p.m.
Is it whatever, or once I hold down.
or 11 a.m. Madam Clerk, we're requesting October 19th.
If that's agreeable to the board.
At 11 a.m. or 2 p.m.
That would be at what time?
11 or 2, whichever to the court's preference.
We are expecting that we're going to be having a civil trial that week, so it would be 2. We do have a number of quick matters.
Would 2 o'clock, would that be sufficient time?
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody's asking which one looks like my
6 p.m.,
ex.
That's for sentencing. Kara Rentala, after bail having been revoked, you are in the custody of the court officers.
I'm going to go back and speak to the jury, but I just want to say to the lawyers.
The one with the beard,
that
obviously.
It's been my pleasure to preside
Of
over
course, it's going to be the beard.
such a well-tried case. Your dedication to this case and your craft was evident to me, and I'm grateful for it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, please.
Whew. Yeah, the officer with the beard. Y'all know I ain't gonna marry nobody without a beard. It's this dude. He looks like my ex-husband. All right. Let's go back to the doctor. Wow. So that she was crying. Did you hear the attorney whispering to her? It's only 2 weeks. It's only 2 weeks. They're revoking her bond until the sentencing. They're going to ask for time served. Because remember, during those first 2 trials, because keep in mind, think about how long ago this happened. So those first 2 trials, and then she had the third trial where it was the conviction. She did time for that. And then was not released on bail until the conviction was overturned. So, I mean, this has been going on for what they say, 7 years, I think is what she served so far, or what she served before they let her out. I think, don't quote me on that, but I think that's what they said. So, I mean, it's been a minute. So, she had 7 years in there and now she's like, holy crap, now I have to go back. So, that's that.
Well, yes, it's consistent with a child who has post-traumatic stress disorder. There was when the parent, his father would come in the room and approach him. He would stiffen up. He would lower his head. You could barely hear his speech when he did talk, and he seemed to be in a very high state of fear. But that tenseness is though the adrenaline's flowing, and he's afraid of another abusive episode occurring or being harmed, or he said he was even afraid of being killed.
Now, do this type of treatment of a child, can it stunt their intellectual growth?
Yes, it can.
Can it stunt their psychological growth?
It can, yes.
Is there a reasonable likelihood when a person engages in this type of behavior towards a child that there is going to be psychological injury or mental injury as a result?
You said, is there
a likelihood?
Yes, there is a substantial likelihood.
Now, in this case, did you see, based on the evidence that you were able to review, is there a pattern of isolation of the child?
Yes, it's he for nearly 3 years was isolated in the cell for the better part of each day. I mean, as far as hours, it sounds like when he wasn't at school, let's say he's at school for 8 hours, he's then in the box for 14, 16 hours a day.
Now,
on a daily basis. So yeah, a very much established pattern.
did you, and I think you say isolation, is it fair to say that there was also a pattern of confinement here of the child?
Yes, they're essentially one and the same in this case, it would seem.
Were you able to observe a pattern of a deprivation of the child?
Yes, there was emotional deprivation. There was physical deprivation. There was intellectual or cognitive deprivation where he wasn't really provided much in the way of anything to stimulate his mind or to entertain himself. I mean,
Is isolation, confinement, and deprivation considered an acceptable way to punish a child?
no, it's not. It would be counter-therapeutic to disciplining a child. But we're not talking about a 5-year-old who might have a temper tantrum and you want to give them a timeout for 5 minutes in their room. I mean, that's something. Timeouts are an accepted form of discipline.
So does it make a difference, in your opinion, the duration of the isolation, confinement, and duration and deprivation?
Oh, it's a huge difference. Sure. If it's a short duration for younger children, it can be appropriate. But again, I'm talking in terms of minutes, not hours. But in terms of doing it every day, day after day, for most of the day, there's just no comparison to say a short timeout with a younger child.
And even just looking at the time frame that happened in Florida, those 5 to 6 weeks, that amount of time frame, is that harmful?
Yes, undoubtedly it would be for about any child, I'm sure.
Now, would you consider, or would it be correct to characterize what the treatment that he was subjected to as solitary confinement?
Yes.
Is solitary confinement within the psychological and psychiatric and medical community, is that something that is considered appropriate for a child?
No, and in fact, years ago, the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, which I'm a member of, came out with a statement strongly arguing against children, even in juvenile detention centers, having solitary confinement because it's detrimental psychological impacts.
Is it considered damaging to brain development of a child?
It is, yes. That's another aspect of it, is that it can cause literally changes to one's brain structure.
Now, even within the setting of a criminal justice system where it might be part of a child subjected to that in the criminal justice system, is it acceptable for them to be in long-term solitary confinement?
No, it is not.
Even in those circumstances of a criminal justice system, is a child, when confined to a cell, given access to water and facilities to relieve themselves?
Well, yes, it would be very different. There's a bed in the room. There's a toilet. There's a sink where they always have access to water, so they wouldn't be subject to a dehydration. For instance, there's officers where they can always call out to somebody if they need something. There's lighting. It would never be pitch black in a juvenile detention center. So they would not be subjected to that sort of sensory deprivation of being in a totally dark room for hours at a time. And they're served meals. There wouldn't be any holding back of meals as some sort of punishment for a child into the detention center.
Now, discussing the isolation specifically, is there a detrimental impact to a child to be socially and physically isolated the way that Ronan Ferriter was from the rest of the family?
I'm sorry.
Is there a negative impact associated with the social and physical isolation?
Well, that's part of the trauma of this, is that he's kept from having a normal family environment where he comes out and is socializing with his peers and spending time with his parents and doing things together and having fun and just having a normal family experience. He's segregated as soon as he gets home, and the children all know he's in the box, but it's giving him the message that you're not valued, you're unloved, you're not important, you're not part of this family, where you're being rejected.
Is it sending a message that he fundamentally is bad?
Yes, and that you're right, and that you're bad. You're not able to be part of this family because you're bad.
Now, during the course of reviewing the evidence in this case, did you become aware of whether or not his confinement in the structure in the garage was absolute? Was it at all times?
With infrequent exceptions, yes. I mean, he did it for occasionally have some after-school activities, as I understand, more so I think in Arizona than when he got to Florida, where he might be allowed to run track or do some track at school.
And he went to school.
Yes.
You saw that. And there were, did you find that there were some also infrequent examples of when he was allowed to interact with the family?
Yes, he went to, for instance, siblings softball practices. They did go out to, I think they went out to dinner a few times.
Does the isolation and confinement and deprivation, does it have to be absolute, like at all times, in order for it to be harmful?
No, it doesn't. No.
In reaching your opinion that the conduct that this defendant engaged in towards his son was harmful and was malicious and cruel, did you take into consideration the fact that there were occasions where he wasn't in the room?
I did, yes.
Now, I want to talk.
It's the totality of it, that he's literally for 3 years spending most of his life, the majority of it, in solitary confinement with very little stimulation and interaction when he is in there.
Now, I want to talk for a second about sensory deprivation, which I think you mentioned. What is sensory deprivation?
It's a lack of any kind of external stimuli, really, that is so important to adolescent development, like being able to go out and play with your peers or your friends after school, or ride a bike around the neighborhood, or throw a baseball, or come out and eat dinner with your family, or have some things to play with, like a computer or an iPad, or games or Legos, or something to do to occupy your mind.
Now,
Dr. Chocolate, welcome.
What kind of impact can that type of sensory deprivation have?
Well, in extreme cases, children can literally become psychotic and lose contact with reality, but it very predictably causes severe psychological problems. Again, like depression, or repetitive behaviors like self-injury or self-stimulation behaviors that somehow you start doing things to stimulate yourself because you need something to occupy your mind after a while when you're in a locked room with nothing to do hour after hour after hour.
Now, what about being in the dark? How does that impact someone? I mean, is that bad?
In general, it would be frightening for, I believe, any child to be locked in a room and have the lights totally turned out. But even more so when that happens and you know you're going to be in that room with little or no ability to contact anybody if something bad happens. I mean, you can't even come out and use the bathroom. You have to find your way to a bucket in a dark room I guess it's in the corner, and try to figure out how to go to the bathroom in the dark in a bucket. And then you're going to be with that bucket for the remainder of the night, depending on what time you use the bucket.
Is that type of forced sensory deprivation, being forced to sit in the dark and have no control over the lights, is that harmful?
Yes, it's a form of psychological trauma. It's
Ugh.
really a form of torture to do that to a child.
Now, you mentioned the bucket. I want to talk a little bit about that. What kind of impact, or how can that be perceived by a child who is forced to use that as a way in which to relieve themselves?
It's mean, it's degrading, it's unsanitary, it's extremely unpleasant to at least to have to be in the room and then locked in a room with your own excrement with no way to do anything about it.
Now, can being subject to that kind of humiliating and degrading lifestyle impact cause a psychological injury to a child?
Psychological what?
Injury.
Yes, it definitely can. It's psychological abuse is the simplest way to put it. And it's also really a form of medical neglect because of the unsanitary aspects of it.
Now, would you say, or do you have an opinion as to whether or not these specific factors are cruel, demeaning, and injurious? I think you already said that for the having to use the facilities in a bucket. What about giving little stimulation or limiting the stimulation of the child?
That's another form of psychological abuse when you limit an adolescent's abilities and access to intellectual or academic stimulation when they're at home.
What about
really stunting their brain development and their intellectual development?
What about in situations, or what about when there is extreme control or lack of access to food, where their access to food or snacks is extremely limited or controlled by someone other than the child?
So adolescence is a time when you're supposed to be developing increasing independence and increasing ability to take care of yourselves, including food choices and learning to feed yourself and prepare foods. And this is the opposite of what we see with Ronan, who gets fed separate from the family, and he gets fed typically leftovers. He gets the same breakfast about every morning. It looks like a banana and a piece of bread with some peanut butter smeared on it. So it's really ongoing, another example of the psychological abuse.
Ms. Copeland, before you proceed, let me have counsel sidebar.
This witness is like my favorite witness ever. He's so, like, he's on it, dog on it.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it's lunchtime, 12:30. We're going to break for lunch for an hour. Be back outside the elevators at what time, Mark? 25 after? Is that sufficient for you? 25 after 1, and he'll bring you to the jury room, and we'll shoot for 1:30 sharp. Instruction I've given you every day. Don't talk with anybody about the case. Don't do any research or investigation or anything like that. Other than that, have a good lunch.
Lord of mercy. So big day. Okay, for those of y'all joining us, do you want to watch the verdict read again? Because a lot of y'all came in late. I can pull it up real quick and we can watch it since we're on lunch. Oh my gosh, my back is... The Glarer. Hi. I was on your channel last night. Good to see you. I subbed to you. Let me pull. Oh. Oops. I got all kinds of stuff going on here. I wish y'all could see how, like, my screens are about as scattered as my brain is half the time. Let's see. If y'all have not checked out The Glarer, can one of the mods put the link in chat? I watched last night for the first time. One of our members sent me a link that they were doing something on Karen Reed, which of course I've got the podcast on Karen Reed. So they sent me the link. So we watched, so I watched it and it was a good show. Thank you, Buffy Bot. All right, let's see. Let's see if I can get the link. We'll watch them read the verdict again real quick for those who missed it. If I can find it. But it's gone. Dang, where is it? Hold on. Y'all just wait right there. Y'all just wait right there. Trying to find. You know what? Screw it. I'll just replay my own dang stream. That's I can't find it. It's gone. Screw it. I'll just replay my own dang stream. I hate my voice. I can't find it. It's mute, pause. Okay. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. We're just gonna replay my own stream. Because now I can't find it. All right, so for those of y'all joining us, this was the verdict we just listened to in the paint dry trial. Had 2 hung juries. Oh, I hate my voice. I hate my voice. It was overturned. I don't know how y'all listen to me on a podcast. Look, it's like the Matrix. World can't handle 2 Brandis. I don't think it's hung because they would have sent a note first. She's smart. Listen to her.
You may.
What say you, Madam Foreperson? Has the jury agreed upon its verdict in Hampshire County Indictment 1180 CR 0128, the Commonwealth versus Caravantala? You could please give your verdict slips to the court officer.
It's the first time we've seen it from this angle. I'm going to go copyright strike myself right now. Cannon Ann said, why am I nervous? I am too. I always get nervous at verdict readings. I'm not as nervous this time. Me from the past is having a good hair day, though. Yeah, Lucy, you can see how much she's moved. She's had a lot of action, a lot of movement down there.
Please return the verdict slip to the foreperson.
Hi, advocate.
What say you, Madam Foreperson, as to count 1 of Hampshire County indictment charging the defendant, Caravantala, with murder? Is she not guilty, guilty of murder in the 1st degree, guilty of murder in the 2nd degree, or guilty of voluntary manslaughter?
We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant guilty of voluntary manslaughter.
Members of the jury hearken to your verdict as the court will record it. You, upon your oath, do
Lucy
say
react.
that the defendant, Caravantala, is guilty of voluntary manslaughter. This is the unanimous verdict of the jury. So say you, Madam Foreperson. So say you, all members of the jury.
Yes.
Judgment, the jurors be individually hold.
Target. Mike Loud. Mike. was on. Oh, God, that noise. What is it? All right. And then I'll play the part where they're revoking her bond because that was the other
As
part.
far as the bail revocation, Your Honor, as you know, voluntary manslaughter carries a maximum potential penalty of up to 20 years in state prison. The Commonwealth does intend to request an additional period of incarceration for the defendant. Given the stakes, we believe that revocation of her bail is appropriate.
Judge would ask that the court continue her bail when she was faced with a homicide, first-degree murder indictment, which had the possibility of life without the possibility of parole. She came to court every day. She appeared at every appearance. She has a GPS on her ankle. We would be looking for about 2 weeks to put together a sentencing memo, Judge. We would
Look
be
at her face.
asking the
She's
court to
genuinely
consider,
shocked.
imposing time served, which was something that we discussed before this trial even happened, Commonwealth and us. So we're asking that be something that we are going to ask the board that we want to put together in a coherent way, and we need 2 weeks to do it, Judge. We'll ask that that my client her bail not be revoked under the circumstances. She faces less time now than she did prior to this trial, and she hasn't had no issues at all with respect to any of the GPS concerns. She's reported to probation as she is required to, and so far she's already served 7 years, Judge. 2 years prior to trial and 5 years post.
So 20 is the max, and she's saying she already served 7.
I don't know what I'm going to do when it comes time to sentence the defendant. I understand that she's been out for some time and was facing a more serious charge than the one that she's just been, or of which she's just been convicted, but she stands convicted at this point. So I'm going to revoke her bail. Do you have a date in mind? I think 2 weeks is the defendant's request.
She looks genuinely shocked.
I'm sorry, Judge. Can I just have a minute?
Sure.
And like worried. She Mark Olasak never did testify. That's the boyfriend. He's whispering to her 1 week or 2 weeks. He also has a whole wife.
If I can just a minute, I shut off my phone. I just need to hit my calendar.
You can be quiet. I'm trying to talk. She's like, why though?
Yeah, that's what we're going to be on both of those dates.
Mark Olasak.
2 p.m.
Whatever, or on site all day.
Or 11 a.m.
Madam Clerk, we're requesting October 19th.
If that's agreeable to the board.
At 11 a.m. or 2 p.m.
That would be a good time.
11 or 2, whichever to the court's preference.
We are expecting that we're going to be having a civil trial that week, so if we do have a number of quick matters.
Would 2 o'clock, would that be sufficient time?
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody's asking which one looks like
PM,
Max.
That's for sentencing.
Nosy.
Carolyn Tala, after bail having been revoked, you are in the custody of the court officers.
I'm going to go back and speak to the jury, but I just want to say to the lawyers.
The one with the beard,
that
obviously.
It's been my pleasure to preside
Of
over
course it's gonna be the beard.
such a well-tried case. Your dedication to this case and your craft was evident to me, and I'm grateful for it. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
So they took her out. So that, I hope I don't get a copyright strike. Just joking. So that is, y'all, I just got an email from YouTube and I was like, oh my God, did I really just copyright strike myself? But it's not that, it's something else. But I was about to be like, you know what? Whatever. Yeah. So, okay. So voluntary manslaughter. So, they had the different options that they could have convicted her for, or could have found her guilty, or they could have just, acquitted or whatever. But they found her guilty for voluntary manslaughter. So that's like heat of passion type thing. That's not like first degree would be, like made the decision and then followed through with the decision. Voluntary manslaughter is like killing in the heat of the moment. There's some kind of circumstances that would cause any like sane, reasonable person to become emotionally like distressed and overwhelmed or whatever. And not that it would cause anybody to, obviously it's not like, oh, anybody would have done that. Go on about your merry way. No, but it's like the circumstances, would have caused anybody to have an emotional reaction. But during that emotional reaction, she acted in the heat of the moment and did that. So I'll say this. I think that to me, and again, I was at CrimeCon, so I missed like the last couple days. But I think to me, it makes the most sense because from what we saw of their relationship, it was volatile, y'all. They were not in a healthy situation. So any reasonable person would be, out of their gourd in that moment, in those moments, in that lifetime. Like they had a terrible, terrible way of communicating and speaking to each other. And and then that judge that hollered at him. Whoo. R.I.P. popcorn ceiling. Let's all have a moment of silence for the popcorn ceiling that we will no longer stare at every day. What are we going to do with I'm just going to make every thumbnail from here on out one of a popcorn ceiling. But not really. 80s has been a music member, or whatever. 80s has been a member for 4 whole months. By the way, I went to GameStop and got talking true crime. I talk about with someone. I name drop your channel to a worker. By the way, we are best friends. Yep. Yes.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Best friends forever. Happy anniversary, 80s. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad that you are best friends. I'm glad that you are talking about us at the GameStop, making our little family grow. Oh, goodness gracious. Who am I yelling at? I was yelling at the me of the past. It wasn't in my home. It was in the box. Just yelling at the me of my past. I missed it. Was there a verdict? Yes. We just replayed it again. There was a verdict, and they revoked her bail, and sentencing is in 2 weeks. Oh, y'all know what we got to do. We got to put it on our handy dandy calendar. That's on the same day as the Tupac arraignment too. All right, Kara Rentala sentencing. Safe. All right, got that. All right, look at us just being productive. Woo. Amber C, new member, welcome, welcome. It is good to have you here. Welcome. Oh,
what? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Welcome, best friends. Lisa Wilmot, member for 5 months. I beat 80s 4 months. Flips hair and walks off smugly. Happy anniversary, Lisa Wilmot. We are glad to have you here as well. So excited to have y'all here. Oh, look, it's raining anniversaries, y'all. Chrissy G, member for 2 months. Love it here. Brandi, thanks for all you do. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. I love our little family. Our awesome little family. Will she get credit for time served? So we will find out. on sentencing day on the 19th, but I would assume probably he will give her credit for time served. Now I think they're hoping that she'll get only time served, and I don't know about that happening, but she will more than likely. I mean, 7 years is a long time to be locked up, and she will more than likely get time served for that. Also, with it being only one charge, like it's not going to be, this runs consecutive to this or concurrent to this. Like she's got one sentencing, and the max is 20 years. So, it could be, he could say, 10-year sentence, credit for time served, and now she has to go serve 3 years. Like it just depends on what chat boyfriend has to say. Jennifer Adams gifted a membership. It went to Liz. Welcome to the green side, Liz. Jennifer Adams, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. All right, let me get caught up. Oh, I'm not caught up. P.I. Lisa, member for 4 months. Also flips hair. Love it here. Thank you. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Oh, wait. I love that song, but it does get stuck in my head. So I'm trying not to play it as much because it really does. I sing it all day long now. All day long. And then I'll dance. And then I realize nobody else can hear the music in my head and I'm just dancing by myself. Did I miss the retrial for Melly? Oh, if only. If only. I'm not covering it. Melly fans can go back to their little corner of the internet. Done with them. They don't want truth. They don't want justice. They don't care about the victims. They just want to troll, and I'm not here for it. Not here for it. But they won't actually start that trial until probably after Thanksgiving. It's a death penalty trial, which I still disagree with. It's a death penalty trial, so it takes a lot longer to pick the verdict. So they probably won't start until after Thanksgiving, and I'll be covering Murdoch at that point. I'm not, which has its own set of trolls, but at least I didn't get death threats on Murdoch. I only got called a wine mom and stuff. Well, it depends on who you ask, because like one troll called me a wine mom and one said I'm childless and husbandless. So I'm somewhere in between. Lindsay Hendricks, member for 4 months. Lindsay Hendricks, look, walking down the aisle to Ambitions as a Writer. I said I'm going to make that like the intro music when I cover that trial. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Holly, gosh, we got all these anniversaries. Holly Henderson, happy anniversary. So lucky to be a member of this fine room. Holly Henderson, we are glad to have you. Happy 2 months to you too. Happy 2 months to you. 80 says, what's with the hair flipping? So anytime I'm like, anytime I got my sassy pants on, I'm like, like you hair, it's just a part of like the sassy pants stuff. So like you have to, you flip your hair and walk off. So, he's now been charged with witness tampering. Yes. And I tweeted it and the world fell apart. And now apparently I don't use my platform for good. Which, what's funny about that? When I got that tweet about how I don't use my platform for good, I'm literally sitting there trying to research how to make YouTube, like how to make the best YouTube shorts that will get everywhere so that I can use my platform to send out like missing stuff on, like I want to do like missing Mondays where I send out like, 3 or 4 like missing posters or whatever. And I'm like sitting there researching, trying to figure out the most effective way to do that. And then I get somebody telling me I don't even use my platform for good because I tweeted that Melly got in trouble for witness tampering. Get somewhere. I've never seen trolls like that. I had more trolls in that trial than every other trial combined. It's crazy. Yeah, as if childless and husbandless is a bad thing. My child is 20 now, and then the other one is asleep down here on Lucy Cam. Husbandless is the best decision I've ever made in my life. So I don't. But then according to another troll, I'm a wine mom. And so like we embraced that. We were like, wine moms, that sounds fun. Yes. New club. Heck yeah. Isn't Wine Mom a compliment? We made it into one. We were like, that sounds so fun. I literally have, let me show you. I mean, you can, like, I don't know how that sounds like it sounds like so much fun. Like, Wine Mom, yes, sign me up. Why would you not want to be a wine mom? That sounds like just the most, like, don't threaten me with a good time. And you don't have to be a mom to be a wine mom. You just show up. You don't even have to drink wine. You don't even have to drink. So much fun. So, I love it when people tell me something as an insult and I'm like, oh my God, yes, girl. Yes. That sounds so fun. Of course it's not the girls. It's the dudes that attack me for some reason. Some women, but mostly dudes. All right. So I made I made it into merch. I was like, Wine Mom sounds so fun. I designed this, which took a lot longer than I care to admit, but you know, that's okay. And I was like, Wine Mom sounds so fun. Let's make a club. So we did. I'm a childless, husbandless wine mom. Yep. People like some of the insults that people have are just the most random, like, oh, good try. Let's see. 13th or oops, no. In Massachusetts, she has okay. Say that 3 times fast. Take 2. In Massachusetts, she has just. Okay, y'all read it for yourselves. 75% of her sentence, credit for time served, and 7.5 days per month. Good time for working and program participation. Well, there you go. There you go. It'll be interesting to see what he actually sentences her with to see how much time she'll actually do or if she does anymore. I embraced the wine mom label and I really am childless. I think we all did. We were all like, that sounds fun. We have like dudes in the wine mom club. A lot of people who don't have kids, a lot of people who don't drink. We're like, grab you some sweet tea and come on, honey. Going to, let me shut up. People who say that think it's a sick burn. Isn't that funny? Like, yes, Cannon Ann is one of the OG wine moms too. Like Cannon Ann was one of the ones like right there. And this is like, what was it, Cannon? Wasn't I like, I had only had Twitter for like 2 weeks or something. And I was like, what is happening in this? What? Wine mom? Wait, it's a bad thing? What? Hilarious. Funny people. People crack me up. The world is a funny place, y'all. Alrighty, so my son-in-law told me he was going to buy me a case of wine so I would have enough to last me a week. I was like, dang, kid, I don't drink that much. Well, see, it's funny you say that too, because I had like, you know, I have my corks, like my special, you know, special collection corks. And I'll write on the cork, like with a Sharpie or whatever for special occasions. And so when we started the channel, like, you know, look, when I started this, I had no idea what I was doing. My first stream was like, we don't judge. So, but let's just say as disorganized and confused as I stay at this moment, it was 10 times worse 5 months ago. But I had like the channel kind of blew up in like a lot faster than I had anticipated. But when we got like first members and stuff, I was like, this is so cool. So I put it on the little cork, and like whatever the first night was, that like after we were allowed to have members, like the first night it was like 156, and I was like, this is so fun, and I cried, and it was and then so then I started, like, for the milestones, I started doing the corks. I had all these unopened, or like opened but not drank bottles of wine in my house, because I hardly ever drink except for football Sunday, y'all, but I don't drink very often. And so I had all these, like, I still have bottles of wine that are like opened because I wanted to write on the corks, and I never did drink them. But I'm a wine mom. It's so funny. So funny. Oh, the internet. The internets have funny neighborhoods. I was at your first stream. Actually, that's something I want to do too. I'm going to pull, I think I've got it somewhere in a spreadsheet. But that okay, yeah. Well, the first video was 42 seconds. That was before I started doing the lives. But the first video was 42 seconds of me trying to look at the screen and try to figure out how to turn the camera on. And I didn't know it was on. Make a video, they said. Make a YouTube, they said. It'll be fun, they said. Psh. Psh. I hadn't slept since. But I think I have the very first stream, the very first live stream, when I did Lori Vallow, and we had, like, I think I have it. If not, I'll get it together before Sunday, before the 10K stream. But a lot of those people that were in my very first stream ever are, still here and still hanging on, still kicking it with us. So that was and then even that one, like that first video I ever made where I'm staring at the camera 42 seconds trying to figure out how to work the camera or how to work the laptop. That was, and I put it on there. I was like, look, this is real. This is my first video. This is how this is going. But then on the first live stream too, I couldn't get it to work. And then my microphone wasn't, like, I couldn't figure out how to unmute it. And I was just doing it from like a little Chromebook. Like the setup I have now is not, I just had my little Chromebook. And so I was sitting there trying to figure it out. And then all I had was a Chromebook. I didn't have the extra screen so you could see like the matrix stuff where it's like the thing keeps going. It was crazy. It's so funny to see, like, look back and see some of that stuff now and be like, how did we have people in that chat? Like, how I would have left. But y'all stuck it out. I'm glad. I like our little family. Marilyn, I was here for, yes, you were, Marilyn. Yes, you were. Happy 5-month anniversary. Yes, you were. You were here. Oh, that's crazy, isn't it? I think like seeing the 10K thing has made me kind of nostalgic too, because it's like I had mentioned this before. Like, I remember, like tweeting out like, hey, it's Recovery Addict's birthday. Everybody go like it. Let's try to get him to 10,000. And now he's at like 40,000 or something. And I remember when I hit my first 1,000, I was like, oh dang. Like that was cool. And then it's just grown so much since then. It's awesome. It's been a ride. But we drove this crazy bus right on through the internets. It's been a ride. Where can I find your P.O. box? It should be in the description of the video. I think it's in the description of all the videos. Oh, Kelly P says, we saw your potential. Well, it's a good thing. I hope y'all are still, everybody's like, okay, we're still waiting. We still see potential. We're holding out. No way, he did. Oh, we have to message him. That's awesome. He was one of my favorite interviews. He did such a good job. Oops. Dang. What? Am I hitting? Am I hitting? He's so smart. He hit 100,000. How exciting is that? I'll have to tweet it when we go on our break. That's amazing. I found you through recovery. Yeah, like I am not one of those who will not promote other creators. Like, I think there's enough room for all of us. Everybody can, pop in and out of wherever you want to be. I love that. I love it when we're all like in this together and not, I love it when we're all in this together. That's my jam. I like that. I like being able to support other creators and, and there's so much meanness already on the internet. I just feel like things go so much smoother when we all don't feed into it, We're all a big cuddle puddle. All right. I think I'm caught up on chat now. All right. So I am going to, oh yeah. As my parents used to tell us, it's not a competition. Yeah. A flower doesn't think about the flower next to it. It just blooms. So I think that's how it should be. Bloom and then, appreciate everybody else's bloom because everybody blooms different. All right. I'm going to take Lucy out because you could tell she's so something lazy. Hey, get up. Look at her. Get up, you little dog. All right. I'm going to take her out. We have, what do we have? How long do we have? How long do we have? I don't know how long we have. All right, so I am going to, I don't remember how long they said. 1:30. Dang, I only got 15 minutes left. Oh, I forgot we watched the verdict and everything. All right, so I'm going to put this on pause for a minute. Look at her. And take her out real quick, and I'll be right back. Like 80s music man trying to sneak back in. Hello. Welcome. Let's say welcome. I guess y'all are here. I'm the one coming back in. Hi. Oh, okay. We're back. We're ready. It's a brand new, it's not a brand new day. It's a brand new moment. We're back. Oh, I'm out of breath. Okay. Hello. Oh, goodness. Let's see. I've missed a lot. So if y'all have been chatting with me, I missed it. All right, let's see. Make sure I didn't pause that. 80s music man busted me sneaking in. Hello, hello, Harley girl. Hello. Hello to those of y'all that came in while I was gone. I had to take Lucy, and now she's somewhere. Oh, you want your treat? Big girl. Big girl. You want your treat? Okay. So about that 10K stream Sunday. I have not checked my messages, and I did not realize that I think Dr. G is having his 100K stream on Sunday around the same time. So I am going to have to take a look at that and see how long he's going to be on there. We might start it. We might start a smidge late if that's the case. All right. So what I missed, give me the scoop, give me the gossip. Hello, hello, welcome everybody. Yeah, they're finishing up lunch break now. They're supposed to be back at 12:30, so we should be hearing commotion in the courtroom any moment now. Probably, maybe, possibly. Potentially. All right, let's see.
Back in session, the Honorable Judge Howard.
What did I say? I called it.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. You may be seated.
How's that for timing?
All right, all sides ready to proceed with the continuation?
Yes, sir.
All right, defense ready? Okay. All right, you may go ahead and bring the jurors out.
Oh, Mama 3, do you like them? That's like all I eat now.
All rise.
Jury entering.
All rise. This dude in the Steelers hoodie had on a Steelers hoodie yesterday too, didn't he? I mean, I'm not saying anything about like, look, nothing about him wearing a hoodie 2 days in a row.
All right, everyone may be seated.
But he must just be a big Steelers fan. Unless I just made that up in my head.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're in the middle of the direct examination of the current witness. So with that, Ms. Coakley, you ready to proceed?
Yeah.
All right, you may do so.
All right, so back on the stand. Do y'all remember the doctor's name? I took it down from the pen.
Now, I want to talk for a second about the impacts that harsh, cruel, demeaning, and injurious treatment of a child can have. Can that have an impact on the child's view of morality?
Yes, it would be an important part of how they learn to be moral, responsible human beings. Really, is a big part of that is modeled by your parents. So the modeling he got was certainly had some serious moral problems, in that it's giving him various messages like violence is okay, and isolating people is okay, and withholding food is okay, and being choked is okay. Those sort of things. These are the most important role models in your life, or your parents.
Can that create a distorted view of what is morally appropriate behavior?
Very much so, yes. After months or years of this, it becomes normal to the child, despite how pathological or abnormal it is. They begin to see this as just normal, a normal part of life.
Now, can that distortion of appropriateness also extend to the child's view of themselves?
Yes, it can. And one of the ways it might do that is that the child internalizes being treated like this and sees themselves as the bad, responsible one. With they have the moral problems. It's their fault that this is happening, clearly, because it keeps happening to them. They think it must be in some way my fault.
Even in situations where there's kind of like pervasive, ongoing abuse or trauma inflicted by a parent caregiver, can a child who is subject to that still have affection for the abuser?
Yes, that's very common.
Why does that occur? Or how does that occur, especially in a situation
Some of it
like
is just it's built into children that if you provide them care and you take care of them and give them a place to live and feed them and get them to school, that sort of thing, the attachment system does kick in and they connect to that person. They form a bond.
So a child can come away from an abusive situation and still have affection or allegiance to the abuser.
Yeah, that's very, very typical.
Now, I want to talk for a second about stealing as something that it can occur within is that something, a behavior that can result in children that have been subject to abuse or neglect?
Yes, you're stealing, you're talking about.
Stealing,
yes,
yeah.
And particularly in this
He's
case,
really good.
kids who've had that early psychosocial deprivation and really lack of adequate parenting in their first couple of years of life, or a year and a half in his case.
Is it when a child is exhibiting that type of behavior, especially when there's a known history of some kind of neglect or abuse, is it therapeutic or appropriate treatment to address that behavior to deprive the child of access to some of the items?
You mean which items?
Like if a child is stealing food or candy, if that is something that occurs and that's something that's been noticed, in order to address that behavior therapeutically, what would be the appropriate way to address it?
Well, to try to talk to them about it and try to understand and explore their feelings about why this behavior is continuing, and then help them gain insight into the fact that you did have a very difficult early childhood, and kids like that will have this urge to keep hoarding and taking food, because in the back of their brain and at an instinctual survival level, they're thinking, I've got to keep getting food and hoard it, because at any point I could start going hungry again and there'll be nothing to eat. So to help them gain insight and to then give them interventions, or that's too strong of a word, but then to give them regular snacks and reassure them they're always going to be able to get snacks if they start really feeling that anxiety or need to eat something. So not restrict it, but let them know it's always here, and make that a reality. Not that you are going to have them eat 5 Big Macs a day, but you'd have to tailor what sort of meals and snacks you'd let them have.
Can that type of hoarding and inclination and kind of compulsive to get food, can that occur even in children that are otherwise well fed and maybe not like starving, who've had the previous trauma?
Yes, definitely. Yes.
Now, is limiting or severely controlling a child's access to food and snacks and water, is that something that is a therapeutic treatment for this type of behavioral problem?
Thank you, Liz.
It's counter therapeutic. It goes against the treatment because you're teaching them it's true. Those very sort of primitive feelings you have that there's not enough to eat and food may not always be accessible. You're now keeping it a reality instead of helping them get over that insecurity.
And so when you say it's counter therapeutic, does that mean that it can make the behaviors actually worse?
Yes.
Overall.
Does that mean that it could increase, or would that have what kind of impact would it have on the behaviors?
It reinforces it. It might increase it. It may just keep it, sustain it. It depends on the child, but I would not predict that would make it any better at all.
Now, you mentioned social deprivation and cognitive deprivation. What are those things?
So children really of any age, and probably it's true for adults too, but they need consistent caregiving. They need nurturance. They need support. They need affection. They need to be held or hugged. They need to be shown empathy so that they know that their needs are recognized and being met, so they can develop confidence and emotional security in themselves. So the pathological care would be really the opposite of those things.
What do you mean that the pathological care?
Well, the kind of parenting that you wouldn't want to see for a child who's come from this sort of early deprivation is care that wouldn't be supportive and consistent and nurturing and affectionate.
The type of care that you saw that occurred between January, that's on the videos between January 5th and January 28th, will you characterize that as supportive, caring, empathetic care?
No, I would see it as the opposite of those.
Okay, how would you describe it?
Unempathic, mean, frightening, not in any way trying to recognize what's going on with the child, but just for imposing your will in a harsh disciplinary fashion.
Now, Dr.
He's
Murray,
a
you're
good
not,
witness.
I mean, are you saying that like a parent can't yell at a child?
No, not at all.
Are you saying that a parent can't discipline a child if they do something that they behave in a way that's inappropriate?
No, you have to discipline children in an appropriate way, sure, for issues, misbehaviors.
Are you saying that a parent can't punish a child if they do something that requires punishment?
Prefer to use the term discipline. Punishment has somewhat of a negative connotation, but you could look at it as punishment, I suppose, if it's reasonable and mild.
Okay, so what is more appropriate and also developmentally appropriate for a child of this age, you would characterize as discipline? Discipline is more appropriate than punishment for a child, a 14-year-old child of this age?
Yes.
What's the difference, I guess, between what is appropriate and then what is harmful?
The simple answer would be what's in the best interest of the child, and is what you're doing, whatever it is it going to help the child learn why their behavior was not good? It's going to help give them ideas or ways to not engage in this behavior in the future, give them alternatives, to turn it into a learning experience at the same time with enough discipline that it does get their attention if you think it needs it. I mean, some kids, they get a harsh word from a parent and they're good to go for a year. Other kids need a lot more hands-on intervention. It depends on the child's temperament and personality.
Now, I want to talk about kind of the impact that cognitive deprivation or intellectual deprivation can have on a child's creation of their own identity. How does that impact that?
it's sort of a couple different two different things there, but the deprivation has actually been shown in longer term studies to lower children's IQ, their IQ scores. So their intelligence level doesn't rise as high as somebody who isn't deprived or mistreated over the years.
Now, in cases where children are subject to cognitive deprivation or intellectual deprivation, do you see instances of that child engaging in fantasy or lying? Or can you see that?
Yes.
Why does that happen?
Some kids will start engaging in fantasy thinking and make up stories, and it's a coping mechanism to try to sort of fill the void of having so little mental stimulation or intellectual or cognitive outlets. So they then begin creating their own stories and fantasies to sort of fill that hole.
Now, I want to talk about a child expressing frustration and anger. Is a child expressing frustration and anger the same thing as violence necessarily?
No, not at all. But violence would be one sliver of children who are frustrated and angry. Some will act violently.
Now, during the course of the review of some of the videos, did you see a few videos where Ronan is expressing inside the room frustration or anger?
Yes. Or a great deal of emotional pain that he doesn't know how else to release, it seems like, than when he starts just like tearing the posters off the wall or kicking his Legos around.
Now, just generally, outside of the specific facts of this case, is something like kicking Legos or screaming in frustration or tearing posters off the wall is for a 14-year-old child. Is that like a clinically significant type of anger or frustration just in general if a 14-year-old does that?
In and of itself, that's not necessarily a pathological or a behavior or some sign of serious mental illness. If it's infrequent and the child has really had a terribly, say, frustrating experience or something, they might come home and kick something on the floor. But no, in and of itself, no.
Could it be a completely normal expression of frustration or anger in a 14-year-old boy?
It could be, yes.
To react to maybe some kind of adverse experience or just whatever frustration it is?
Yes.
Now, in this type of situation, does that Ronan being in that situation, locked in the room alone and having that type of response, does that tell you anything about how he's dealing with the trauma of the situation?
Well, he's only got a limited number of things he can do with all this angst and emotional pain and the effects of this mistreatment building up and building up. It's got to come out somehow. It always comes out one way or another in human beings. And it seems like in him, the only sort of outlets he's really got are to kind of throw things around or kick whatever's in the room that's left. He did become suicidal a couple times from it as well.
So the only
Which would be another way that you could get those sort of feelings. Unfortunately, a method to get those out or deal with them.
So in the room itself, the only control he has is over the immediate items in the room.
Sustain, rephrase, counsel.
In the room itself, what does he have the capacity or the agency to control?
What did he have?
Yeah, about his physical environment.
Well, very little, because he's in a box, and essentially the only other things in there are a bed and a sheet and a pillow and a desk, and I believe towards the end again one book.
Now, at some point, there might be some discussion in this case about more specific when a child has more specific behavioral needs than an ordinary child, or and we might discuss reactive attachment disorder. Are you familiar with what that is?
Oh yes, I am.
What is it?
It's a diagnosis, a condition where a child is deprived, usually during the first 2 or 3 years at least of their life and earlier, of consistent, supportive, appropriate parenting. So they don't have regular nurturance or contact with a caregiver, a parent. So they don't have the chance to sort of form secure attachments to a parent or two, which is what they're programmed to do.
And then, so something has to occur, just so I'm understanding you correctly, something has to occur early in life that makes it difficult for that where they weren't able to form an attachment.
Well, yes, they're not having a responsive, tender care. They're being left alone for long periods of time. When they are fed, it might just be with a bottle a few times a day. Otherwise, they're left laying there unattended or with very little stimulation, and this results in their brain not developing properly, their emotional system not developing properly. Even physically, they don't grow as well. And moreover, their head size isn't even necessarily as big as isn't the size that that it should be.
Now, in a child who does have an attachment disorder, is a child with this disorder necessarily violent towards themselves or others? Is that like something that always happens?
That's not actually a diagnostic criteria for reactive attachment disorder. Violence is not even one of the defining criteria or criterion of that.
Is there generally accepted, if a child does have some type of attachment disorder and specifically reactive attachment disorder, is there generally accepted therapeutic interventions within the scientific community to address that?
The main treatment that has been shown to work is to get the child out of the problematic, uncaring environment, the pathological environment, as quick as possible, and put them with either a foster family or a stable relative or have them adopted into a good parenting situation. I mean, that's the treatment, and get them back on a normal course of development.
And so we're talking about a good parenting situation. Do you mean stable, nurturing, that addresses the child's needs?
Yes.
Now,
He talks too much.
That works, and the majority of children with RAD, reactive attachment disorder, have substantially diminished or even resolution of their RAD symptoms over time.
Is it considered therapeutically acceptable or appropriate to isolate, confine, or deprive a child who might have a history that lends them to having an attachment disorder?
No, it's just what you wouldn't want to do to a child with reactive attachment disorder, because that isolation and lack of contact and lack of affection are the things that created it in the first place. So you want to undo that by doing the opposite to the child. With good parenting.
Would it exacerbate any attachment issues if they were there to treat a child like Ronan Ferriter was treated?
Yes, it would. Yes, it wouldn't. Yes, simple answer.
Now, what about a child? You mentioned that, in your opinion, there were some indications that there was a complex post-traumatic stress disorder indicated here.
Yes.
Would this type of treatment in any way address or help a child with post-traumatic stress disorder?
Well, no, I believe that's the cause of him having post-traumatic stress disorder is the abusive treatment that he received.
This is bad for defense. He's very matter of fact with his answers.
Would this type of treatment worsen the behavior or increase symptoms?
Yes.
Now, did you, as part of this case, have the opportunity to review a deposition given by a Dr. Rappa?
I did.
And she made some opinions about this case as well, correct?
She did, yes.
Did you agree with any of the opinions that Dr. Rappa made?
I did. In particular, she did describe the behaviors that Ronan was experiencing and the punishment, the isolation, the abuse as inappropriate and unacceptable. She referred to Ronan having complex post-traumatic stress disorder, partly from his experiences in Vietnam when he was in the orphanage, but I don't believe that that would really add up, because PTSD is from being traumatized, be it physical abuse or a car accident or being caught in a hurricane or whatever it might be, or seeing something terrible happen to a family member. But being neglected and left alone doesn't cause post-traumatic stress disorder. So I saw nothing in the records that he had experienced any early traumas in his first couple of years of life when he was in Vietnam, year and a half.
So you would be in agreement with Dr. Rappa that there are indicators that the victim in this case has experienced trauma?
Definitely, yes.
The source of that trauma is a little bit of a disagreement, if I'm understanding you correctly.
If I'm understanding her deposition correctly, yes.
But would you agree with her her opinion that regardless of the source of the trauma, this is not the way that a child with PTSD should be treated?
Well, right, because you're continuing to inflict the trauma on the child, and the PTSD comes from the trauma. So you're just doing nothing but worsening the child's PTSD with more and more of the same traumatic experiences.
I think we talked about in general a child that this would be harmful. If a child has specific, because of their history, has behavioral issues or maybe even a medical diagnosis, does that change whether or not this is an appropriate type of punishment for a child?
I can't come up with any kind of explanation that would justify the treatment Ronan went through as appropriate.
The fact that there might be indications that because of his history and because of his treatment that he was, vulnerable or psychologically complex, does that increase the risk to him psychologically to be subjected to this type of treatment?
Yes, above and beyond being especially vulnerable given he is a child, yes, that would even increase the risk more.
That's all the questions I have.
Cross?
Oh, let's see how they do on cross. He did awesome. He's very matter of fact. And a lot of that stuff, he was like, no, it's never okay. Like his stuff was like, I loved the way he answered, because he was like, there was no kind of, almost like it would be crazy to think that this was okay. Like his answers were, he's good. He's a good witness. Let's see how defense handles it. Y'all, I work so much that, can you see this red spot? I am so sore right here from my mouse right here. That's weird, right? It's weird.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
Let me start with I have your list of testimony in cases, civil and criminal. It's a pretty extensive list. You've testified in Palm Beach County before, correct?
Yes.
And looks like all but one defendant, all were for the state. Is that correct?
I haven't reviewed it, but I'll take your word for it.
I'm happy to have you review it if you want.
I trust you.
All right.
And
And
they're gonna go through that.
can you tell me what you're being compensated for your testimony here today?
I'm sorry?
How much are you being compensated for your testimony?
I'm being compensated for my time, but $350 an hour.
All right.
Good.
And how much time have you put into the preparation of your testimony here today? Approximately.
Preparation for testimony?
I'm going to break it down. Yes, testimony.
I would say in the neighborhood of 5 hours.
All right. And in addition to that, any other preparation that you did, how much time did you put in?
Reviewing the records, I have a sheet on my office desk. I'm going to estimate it's probably in the ballpark of probably 8 hours, 9 hours of record review to get through all the materials, which I tried to reread as much as I could in the last day or two. Because there's a lot of information.
Yeah, and we'll get to what you reviewed in a minute, but I appreciate your answer. I'm looking at your CV, very extensive, thick CV because it has all the publications that you wrote, plus those which you've contributed to, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to go through a few here. I noticed, going back a little ways, in 94, you wrote one called Sexual Homicide by Adolescents.
Yes.
Staying with the 90s, 95, you wrote one called The Psychopathology, Biopsychopathology Factors, Crime Characteristics, and Classification of 25 Homicidal Youth.
Yes.
They
Staying
do
with
it
the
every
90s, you wrote one called The Psychopathology and Personality in Juvenile Sexual Homicide Offenders.
Yes.
In 2000, you wrote one with a co-author called Anger, Experience, and Styles of Expression Among Juvenile Sexual Homicide Offenders.
Yes.
Jump forward a little. 2002, I see one, The Sexual Assault of Boys Incarcerated in Jails.
Yes.
2005, Personality Comorbidity in Adolescent Females with ADHD.
Yes.
I know you wrote that with others. I'm just trying to move it along, though.
Doesn't sound like it. Sorry.
There's one that you wrote with somebody else in 2006, The Motivation Behind Serial Sexual Homicide. Is it sex, power, and or control or anger?
Yes.
2008, The Relationship Between Serial Sexual Murder and Autoerotic Asphyxiation.
Yes.
I tried that word twice and didn't get it.
Kitty, kitty.
Jumping forward a little, 2012, Adolescent Parricide and Psychopathy.
Oh, psychopathy, yes.
Psychopathy, thank you. What's parricide?
The murder of a parent by a child.
I'm trying to move it
You
right
wrote a
along,
book
and then he
as
sits
well.
there for 10 minutes.
I did, yes.
It's hard to get, but I got your book.
It's out of print.
It's out of print, but you know, someone still had it. It's called Juvenile Sexual Homicide. It's a 2002 book.
Yes.
And you've also contributed in chapters in other books, correct?
I have.
So for example, Current Perspectives on Conduct Disorder, and that was for the Adolescent Medicine State of the Art Review.
Yes.
Serial Offending in Childhood.
Yes.
The Juvenile Justice System, Delinquency, and the Juvenile Court.
Yes.
So you've written extensively on, seems a lot of your focus is on when juveniles commit crimes. That's a bulk of your work of study, correct?
Really, it's been more in the area of homicide, and often probably the majority of the homicide research I've done has been with children, meaning people under the age of 18.
Who commit homicides.
Yes.
And you're in those articles I've looked at in your book, you examine the types of maybe common traits or commonalities that might help inform one on a child who's growing up that might commit crimes.
Well, yeah, you hope that it would have some impact on predicting it in children to avoid or help cut down on the number of murders in the future. Yes, that would be the ultimate aim.
So and in a couple of the articles, and in fact in your book, you go through some checklists of the types of those common factors, correct?
Yes.
I wish I could listen to him at 1.5 speed.
Pulling out of your book. Let's see here.
Can approach.
So this is not surprising, but it's annoying. It's just they go through, this is a very common thing that they do in trials. Anybody, those of us who have watched these, they're always like, how much do you make? It's kind of like that implication that you're getting paid. But I liked how he said, how much are you getting paid for your testimony? He's like, I'm not, I'm getting paid for my time. I was like, bam, doctor. Good call. Bam. So now, like, they've spent all this time reading all of this stuff that he has, and they'll probably try to take, portions of things that he said in his books and, published work or whatever, and try to somehow say that goes against what he's saying. Now, I'm speculating, but it's also a very common thing that happens. So, but this doctor is not, he don't seem like the type that's going to get, frazzled by any of this. But it comes off as snarky. Look, there ain't nobody in there volunteering their time for free. The judge gets paid. The attorneys get paid. Clerk gets paid. Cameraman gets paid. Everybody gets paid. But they go through this every time. It's kind of like making, hoping that it sticks with the jury, that, oh, well, maybe he's just saying that because he's getting paid to. So we'll see. We'll see. Whoa. He turned it back on for a minute. I thought we were about to have a hot mic moment. I was like, oh. Oof. Where did that just go? They want the jury to think that Ronan was going to unalive his parents, that they were justified in locking him up.
All right, you may continue, Mr. Wahid. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. You talked a lot about psychopathy on your direct. There is a thing called the PCLR, correct?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the psychopathy checklist, and it's 20 items that you rate to get an idea of how much of a really a criminal personality they have.
And
it's a score of 0 to 40.
And some of those items on the checklist are.
Let me have you approach.
Big again. So they're wanting to use his writing to be like, look, you said, look at that mom. She needs to stop talking. You said that this is dangerous. This is how these kids are. Goodness gracious alive. Jurors get paid, but very little. I mean, it's different for different places. What was that one? What was the one that was like $12 a day or something? Like that barely buys your lunch for the day. Oh my God, my wrist is killing me. What if I put like something under it? Can I put something under it? Lucy, give me one of your dog toys. I'll borrow your toy. Just ignore me, Lucy. Keep ignoring me. $15 a day in that courtroom. I looked it up. $15 a day. Big ballin'. Big ballin'. Barely buys a candy bar. Oof. Here in South Carolina, it's around 12. That's what I thought. Wasn't it? What is it? Was it Murdoch that was 12? I remember specifically there was somewhere that was 12.
All right, Mr. Waheed, you may proceed.
I don't know what ergonomic is. I mean, I know what the word means, but I don't know how you get them. Oh, I guess the ones with the pads.
Again, on direct examination, you discussed psychopathy, correct?
I don't recall that I did.
Did you make any opinion today about connecting psychopathy with what happened in this case?
In the defendant?
Yes.
Did I rate the level of psychopathy in Mr. Ferriter?
Nope. Did you say that the types of environment that that Ty was in this situation that he had at his home, that it could have it has an impact on a child's psychopathy?
As I recall, I used the word psychopathology, meaning mental illness, not psychopathy, something very different.
All right, so the objection sustained. You need to move on, Mr. Waheed.
Let me ask you about things you reviewed. You reviewed, so the state provided you a list of items, correct?
Yes.
About 95 pages of items, included witness statements.
Yes.
When you say witness statements, did that include the statements the witnesses made during the trial?
No.
Did you observe those or read those in any way?
No.
And when I'm saying witnesses, I'm being specific to RF and FF, Ronan and Fiona.
Forgive me, I've been using his first name.
Yes.
Should I say RF?
It can be confusing a little on the names. So I'm going to go with Ronan.
Okay.
So Ronan or Fiona. You did not watch or hear or read those trial testimonies.
What I had was the child protection team interviews, and then his statements to the police in the beginning, and then their depositions I read as well.
Okay. And
He has a lovely suit.
And you were provided by the defense a list of other items electronically. Did you review any of those?
I believe I made it through all of those.
Okay.
A lot of them were repeats of what I had received from the state attorney's office.
Sure, that's possible. So that included Ronan's early childhood records?
Yes.
It included his school records?
Yes.
And that would also be from Basis Academy, correct?
Yes.
And that would also include those emails between the teacher and the parents?
Yes.
You also reviewed disciplinary records and other school records from Immaculate Heart?
Yes, I did.
You also reviewed clinical summary in April 22 from Kenny Miller.
Yes.
Okay. And that was on the reactive attachment disorder issue, correct?
Yes.
You also reviewed the records of Dr. Thomas Rickenbacker.
I did.
It's a cool name.
You reviewed Ronan's other medical records, pediatric medical records.
Yes.
This is not, I mean,
Did you review any of the photographs?
I did.
Okay. Did you review the family counseling associate records?
Yes.
so far he's pointed out how smart he is and how much he researched this.
And there were some other records in there, though, that might go beyond the scope of what you testified to. So if they come up, I'll come back to those.
Okay.
This is paint drying. We thought the other trial was paint dry. Watching this cross-examination is paint drying. Hi, Carrie, 28.
You did not actually evaluate Ronan, correct?
I did not.
And you never asked to evaluate Ronan?
I asked if it was possible. Yes, I did.
And what were you told?
Let me have you approach on that.
I can reword it.
Okay, reword it in a way it does involve hearsay.
Sure. Based on the information you received, you then could not evaluate. You believe you could not evaluate Ronan.
True.
All right.
It's those 4-minute breaks in between
So
every
obviously,
question.
without actually evaluating Ronan, you can't do anything in terms of diagnosis of him.
Based on the extensive records, my observations of him on the videotapes, teacher observations, et cetera, I believe he has PTSD.
Well, is that your independent diagnosis or based on somebody else's diagnosis?
It's mentioned on occasion in the records, but my independent assessment would be that he does have PTSD, yes.
Well, but as a psychiatrist, is it not correct that you ethically under the rules are not allowed to make a diagnosis of an individual without actually conducting an examination and an evaluation on your own? Under Section 7.32 of the Principles of Medical Ethics for the American Psychiatric Association Ethics Committee.
It's not a hard and fast rule. And in fact, in forensic psychiatry, sometimes we're asked to review records of someone who has passed away from one reason or another and try to come up and with a diagnostic assessment.
Ronan is not someone who's passed away, though, correct?
Correct.
And when you say it's not a hard and fast rule, it's actually a written rule, though, correct?
Could we go over the language of it?
Sure. In order to arrive at
Sustain, show him what rule you're referring to. You can approach. What was the last part? Oh, this. Let's show it to the state first, and then you can show it to the witness. Thank you, Mr. Waheed.
Yeah, experts are allowed to speculate. They give their opinion, their expert opinion. As long as they know more than like a layperson would, and like they're qualified as an expert based on their knowledge and their training and their experience or whatever. I don't think this is going as well as defense may have hoped for. I think that this is the kind of like his stuff is like just so like he's on it, doggone it. Like he knows what he's talking about. He's, I think that they're hoping to, like you said a minute ago, hoping to use his own words to make the jury think that he was a danger to them, and that's why they had to do this. Oh. I think the defense attorney is actually nervous. Because I don't know why else it would be taking him so long. It takes him like 4.3 business years in between every question. He's like, so you reviewed this? Let me look at my notes for the next 7 minutes. And then I'll ask you another question in a minute. Interesting. I'll be curious to hear, like during the defense's stuff, I'll be curious to hear what they tried to do to, what efforts they made before locking him in a cell. Like what efforts they made, who they talked to, how much help they tried for. Oh man, the video from this morning though, when they said that he came in hollering and he threw him on the bed and then you could hear him crying. I don't know if y'all can even see it on my camera. I was sitting here, tears streaming down my face. Like that makes me like takes my breath away right now too. Like just that. Oh gosh. What that child felt. Oh. Also, no sink, no bathrooms, no lights. And for him to say he's scared of the dark and they turn the, oh God, it's making my stomach.
All right, Mr. Waheed, you can continue.
We're going to come back to that question in just a second. Let me talk to you about the pediatric records, which you've reviewed. So let's start with the fact that he was, you've reviewed all these documents, so you know that he was essentially at 7 months old, dropped off at an orphanage in Vietnam.
I'm not judged to be honest with the director's opinion.
Overruled, you can answer if you know.
That's what the records show, yes.
Right. And you were talking about, this is in the context of you were talking about how early childhood issues might relate to later development, correct? You were talking about that a couple of times with the state.
Yeah, particularly reactive attachment disorder, yes.
Sure. So we're talking about early childhood. He gets dropped off at 7 months old. We don't know from records, because he was just dropped off at the orphanage, what the prenatal care was, correct? We don't know that.
No, we don't have those records.
We don't know what type of delivery of that baby happened, correct?
Correct.
All right. And we don't really have a medical history for that first 7 months.
That's right.
Okay. Then the child's at the orphanage until about 17 months old, correct?
Yes.
And then he is adopted.
Correct.
By the Ferriters. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So there's been a lot of conversation about his snacks and eating and that sort of thing. Is it looking at the 2021 medical records, which was literally the most recent prior to the running away that happened here in Florida? He had a 19.7 BMI, which was considered normal. That's normal, correct?
It's yes. His weight was low, normal, I would say. but in the normal range.
His general appearance presented as well developed, correct?
Yes.
It was noted that he was well nourished and had no acute distress, correct?
And you're reading from the pediatric records?
Yes.
That sounds accurate.
Okay. And I'm picking a particular date of 2021 because I know it changes. I'm not going through all the records, but that was the most recent one, right?
Yes.
Then there was a whole conversation that you had about sugary snacks. Do you remember that?
I don't know if we had a whole conversation about sugary snacks. No.
Well, you definitely talked about snacks with the state, correct?
Yes.
And amongst them was that he was allegedly being deprived of snacks, correct?
What was the first part of your sentence?
Among the topics you discussed was that Ronan was allegedly being deprived of snacks, correct?
More so meals, I believe we talked about, that sometimes meals would be held if they thought he was angry, or if they felt he was misbehaving in some other way, they might withhold a meal.
Okay, so we'll get to meals. Well, you also mentioned snacks, so I just want to go in order. So let me ask you, you reviewed the family counseling records, right? And that goes back, that starts essentially September 23rd of 2015. And Ronan is brought by his parents, and the chief complaint is he gets triggered and angry, that he has a low frustration tolerance.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object, this is just him reading hearsay.
Sustained.
It's not going.
Isn't it true that there were a number of complaints that the parents came to the family counseling services folks with, which included what you were talking about with the RID, which was the hoarding of food, taking food from other kids, that sort of stuff?
Ms. Martin, the counselor, said I believe she was considering RAD.
Right.
As a diagnosis.
Yeah, so this is now
Kathleen Martin was the counselor.
Correct. I don't want to talk over you, so just when you're done, I'll then go. And in that first visit, though, one of the issues that was, or facts that was given to Ms. Martin, was this taking food from kids, hoarding food, that issue.
I believe that's in the records. I don't remember the exact timing.
Okay. I'm happy to refresh your memory. It's right in front of me.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can
Thanks.
approach Mr. Wade.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. I want so badly to listen to this attorney at like 1.5 speed.
Okay.
Put a little hitch in his giddy up. He's moving slow.
Yeah. Okay. And one of the complaints as well, I feel like I need to give you a copy of this because I'm going to do a lot of walking now. One of the complaints as well initially was that Ronan would actively defy or refuse to comply with requests from authority figures, parents, siblings. Parents and siblings are stressed by the yelling and temper tantrums, right?
Yes.
All right. So as a result of a series of meetings with Ms. Martin, one of the diagnoses that she had made was a thing called oppositional defiant disorder.
You can approach.
She smirks a lot, that defense attorney. Like, she has one of those, just like, she may not even like mean to do it. Like, I've been told I have RBF before, like, but she just has one of those like smirky faces where she looks like she's smirking. Let's see. JT is doing well. He had stuff to do with his kids last night, so that's why there was no night court last night. So he says on Friday, be ready. It's going down in night court. I've heard RBF is good for preventing wrinkles. I'm sorry. Like, I am starting to get wrinkles right here. I can see them. I'm gonna get me some Botox. Just joking. I don't have time. Let's see. What is night court? I'm glad you asked. Night court is Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 8:45 Eastern, 7:45 Central. JT is, he hosts that on this channel. So it's like throwback trials. And he does a bunch of other fun stuff. It's kind of like a lot more laid back kind of party vibe. Before the trials start, like, he'll do like quizzes, like trivia quizzes and stuff like that. Like, it's fun. But it's on this channel, 8:45, 7:45 Central. Let's see. Candace, like, night court is only the best time ever watching old trials. Yeah, it's fun.
All right, the objection is sustained. Mr. Waheed, you may continue.
Happy anniversary, Tommy.
We've been going about an hour. Is this a good time to take a break, or you want to go for a little bit longer and tell me what a good stopping off point is?
I can just go for a little longer.
All right, so you tell me when you're at a good break point.
More breaks?
Based on your review of the records, are you aware that that Ronan was also diagnosed at some point with oppositional defiant disorder?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's sort of describes what it is by the title, but it's children who are beyond normal in the sense of defying rules, being oppositional, stubborn, saying things that irritate other people.
And based on what was in the record up until late 2015, would you have agreed with that diagnosis?
I'd really want to know more as to what was going on in his life at that time. And I just don't have the detail to really feel confident on that one way or the other.
Sure. However, would it be enough for you based on what's in the record to at least say that that would have been an appropriate differential diagnosis at the time?
Well, there's a lot of reasons kids can be defiant and screaming and going after snacks and sneaking them, that sort of thing, and stealing food from other children at school. So I really want to know more.
All right. So that information, though, based on the record, was passed on to the parents, right? That diagnosis was given to the parents, correct?
I don't know. I assume.
Well, you have it in the records, correct? That you reviewed.
Sustained. If you know, you can answer, sir.
I don't know what Ms. Martin said to the parents about the diagnosis.
Would a document from her report help refresh your recollection?
Well, you asked me if they passed it on to the parents. So
yes,
if that would help me, yes.
Sustained.
Now he's like, maybe I should have taken that break.
Based on your review of the records, was there any advice given as to how to handle that diagnosis?
Sustained. Let me have you approach on that, Mr. White.
This is not going well. Okay, Kelly P, I saw your thing that I ignored your comment or something. Tag me. If y'all don't tag me, if you're saying something specifically to me, then there is a chance I won't see it. I do my best, y'all, but these old lady eyes can only focus on so much, and I have these screens with so much stuff going, and my old lady eyeballs are already like this trying to keep up on everything, so I may miss stuff. But I do try. This is agonizing. Yeah, it's like the slowest cross-examination ever. Ever. I can guarantee you that the advice was not to put him in a box. Yeah. Yeah. I made my name longer. I added the 13th juror because somebody told me that they were having trouble finding the channel. So I added the 13th juror to it last night. But I can't take my name off of it because according to the thing, more people search my name than search anything else. So I try. Well, you know I love a good conspiracy. Kelly P says, I said that by the time I type your whole new name, but you don't have to type the whole thing. Like when you type in the first little things, then it pops up and you just click the thing. Just click it, right? I just clicked my microphone.
Objection sustained. You may continue, Mr. White.
Oh, on the phone. Oh.
If hypothetically a child's diagnosed with ODD, what would you recommend to parents as treatment?
Objection, relevance.
The hypothetical.
Sustained. Even a hypothetical still has to be relevant. So unless you want to argue the relevancy at sidebar, you can move on.
I would like to do that.
All right, so let's approach again.
Dang. A hypothetical still has to be relevant, he said. Another sidebar. This is like, I'm getting the trial that shall not be mentioned with more trolls than every other trial combined. I'm getting those vibes with all the sidebars today. 1 million sidebars. All the sidebars. That was pretty funny though. He's like, it still has to be relevant. Bam! Sassy. Judge's got a sassy pants on. Yeah, it's like, let's ask one question. Like, let's wait 7 minutes of silence, awkwardly, ask one question that's not relevant, have an objection, and then approach for a sidebar. That's our pattern. This is why the trial is going to last until like March. Okay, or like Tuesday, whatever. Objection grounds. The good thing I'm at work today or I'd be blasted on sidebar shots. Sidebar, take a shot to a squat.
All right, the objection is withdrawn. Do you need the question restated for you, sir?
I'll
go ahead and restate it.
What would be the treatment you would recommend for ODD, oppositional defiance disorder?
In general, learning as much as you can about the ODD symptoms and where they're happening and what's happening, and is it happening everywhere? Is it happening just at home? And then how long has it been occurring? And then once you kind of get a real understanding of it, then it might be approached with individual therapy or just be meeting with a child, or you might be doing parent training and working with the parents, and or you might also do family sessions where you meet with the child and the parents to work on the oppositional defiant behavior. And sometimes if it's real, I guess, really problematic and you're not getting anywhere with those treatments, you could consider medications.
A medication like, is it clonidine? It's a
Clonidine,
clonidine.
possibly, yes. You could try that.
Okay.
Yes.
And is your understanding that that was ever tried on Ronan?
That was tried for, I believe, ADHD.
But it was tried on him?
Yes. And sometimes children who are depressed will show ODD type symptoms, so you might end up treating them for depression and using an antidepressant.
And would limit setting be one of the things that you would recommend when treating a child with ODD, that parents have limit setting where they put limits on the child?
Yes, that may well be part of it. Yes.
And I'm not sure if you said it, but also would therapy sessions be a part of that?
And generally, yes.
Would you take steps to reduce sugar or other types of caffeinated things that would make one more hyper?
That's very rarely going to explain ODD. I mean, could that be a small part of it? Maybe, but that isn't going to be the source of a child coming in with ODD symptoms.
You said a moment ago that at some point that Dr. Martin, in the review of the records, had also come to a conclusion later on in her work that there's a possibility of reactive attachment disorder. Correct?
It was mentioned, but I read through the records. They're a little bit vague, but yet she had a couple hour-long sessions with Ronan alone, and she described him as compliant, cooperative, normal speech, insightful, judgment intact, adequate impulse control, good memory.
Are you reading from a particular document?
That's from her notes from November 4th of 2015. So he didn't come across at all as having ODD, and she had two, I believe, 60-minute individual sessions with him. He came across as very sort of really in a lot of ways unremarkable as far as having mental illness symptoms of an ODD nature.
But in that same November 4th, 2015, isn't it correct that she also pointed out he was eating too many sugars and sweets, and that the parents had to, and that this was leading to emotionally liable behavior, and that the parents, including screaming, tantrums, and that the parents eventually, she opines that they need to monitor his diet, correct? I'm summarizing without reading the document.
That sounds correct, yes.
Okay.
But again, eating some sugary sweets isn't going to explain that diagnosis.
We could take a break at this time, Judge.
Okay, all right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mark, if you could escort them back. Actually, we'll take a 15-minute break. It's 2:45, and we'll be in recess until 3.
I was thinking the same thing. Like he said that every single morning he had the same breakfast. Like they gave him the same breakfast. It was like bread with some peanut butter on it and a banana.
All right, everyone may be seated. All right, court will be in recess until 3 o'clock.
Lord of mercy. Craziness. They're going until 5 o'clock Eastern today, but tomorrow y'all need to pack your little brown sack lunch and possibly bring your little blue nap mat. Take a little break during lunch, because tomorrow we are going to be marathoning it. Not like some of the other marathons I've done. Like this one's going to be like just a marathon for them. So instead of starting at 10, did he say they're starting at like 8:30 and go until 6 tomorrow? Woo. So tomorrow's going to be a long day because they're trying to keep it as close to staying on schedule as they can. So tomorrow, nobody's allowed to go out tonight. Everybody has a 9 p.m. curfew. 10 p.m. if you're on best behavior. Everybody get you some good sleep. Have you good breakfast in the morning. Bring your own blankets. Yes, bring your own blankets. Eat you something more than just a piece of bread with peanut butter and a banana in the morning. Eat you a good breakfast. How sad is that? I'm happy for him to hopefully have a much better situation now where he has more appreciation. I hope that he feels appreciated. I'm invested in this trial now. I'll be back. Yeah, this one's a hard one. We all have and we still got the mama's trial to go, but she didn't have a date set yet. If she don't plead out after this, you never know. You never know. My sister was told by her son's kindergarten teacher to give him coffee before said, what? Why? Why? I don't make a lick of sense. Is this another sidebar? This is a break. This isn't a sidebar. This was just a break. CJ's mom, he's 16 now. Oh, wait. Are you talking about this trial? Or are we still worried about the coffee? He's 16. He was 14 when he ran away. And they got locked up. Oh, caffeine is, you mean for ADHD. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. I thought you were saying just randomly, like, I'm talking about packing little green, I don't know where the green came from, like little brown sack lunches. And you're like, yeah, and give them coffee. 6 is old enough. Make a pot. Okay. Missed that part. Let's see. Coffee puts me to sleep if I want to drink it. Yeah. I drink it in the mornings, but I really don't know why, because honestly, because I have ADD and maybe I should stop drinking it in the mornings. Because I do get y'all know I hardly sleep because I'm constantly working on stuff. But I always get, and it's always around this time too, like where I'm like, start dozing off. Oh well. It's all right. But this is when we do our Judge Newman stretch. We have to I'm gonna fall out of my chair one day. Fall out of my chair. Let's spy on people. Let's get on the YouTubes while we're on break. You want to spy on, let's see who's live. RA is live. I like spying on RA. Let's drop in. Naked Mel is live. RA is live. Where's RA?
You took down
Hold on a second,
this
Mr.
before this one.
Mr. Anderson, hold on a second.
I understand the importance of this issue, but respectfully.
Spy on RA. Everybody wait through your portal to RA. If you haven't subscribed to RA,
Where the statements came from,
he's great.
appear to be coming from Maya's notes that each of them took from
They're on
Maya's notes.
603 objections.
Later on data, and I don't know how
This is RA.
That seems to be an argument.
This is him.
As to the circumstances and trustworthiness and all that good stuff.
Yes, Your Honor.
He's great. Let's see who else we can spy on. Who else can we spy on? He does have a good voice, doesn't he? He has like that radio voice. Mel's live.
Say low normal.
Look, there's Mel. We'll spy on him. Everybody wave through your portal. Wave through your portal. What if he waved back? Would y'all be freaked out? I would. Let's see who else is live. Oh, the court in my district.
Ask if I don't know if it's possible, and I don't necessarily like when people get involved in my stuff.
What? Okay, hold on. He's looking through. That's a little bit. That's kind of freaky, huh? Do you see his face? That ain't Halloween. He said it. That's scary. I was like, why do they have a door? Ah! Scary stuff, y'all. All right, let's see. Oh yeah, they had I had on my calendar today the hearing. Let's see. I don't think they aired it though, did they? I'll have to pull the court documents and see if we can find out what happened. I'll have to pull it. Creepy. I mean, not saying anything about the dude, but like that screen, and then all of a sudden there's a face. Scary. I like seeing who's live. Spread the love. See who we can support. I pull up my little subscriptions and hit live, and then we just spy on people. Except for that one. It reminded me though. Pipeline cam by Explore. What is that? What is that? What is this, Lindsay Hendricks? Hold on. Live. I am not going to do Judge Boyd. Although I think she's fantastic. Because then we'll get hooked. Oh, the raccoon cam. You know, that's how I started loving pandas so much. Like watching the panda cam, and I was like, oh my gosh, look how cute they are. I keep hitting my microphone. Let me move that back a little bit. And they're just like chubby and clumsy and fantastic. So cute. So cute. February 8th is the next court date for Brooks Huck. Let me pull out my handy dandy calendar. He had his arraignment today, right? February 8th. Brooks. All right, got that added in my handy dandy calendar. The Billy Wagner trial was, oh, did they move the venue? I didn't even get a chance to look yesterday at what happened in court. They asked to move the venue. Oh, goodness gracious alive. Oh, the one that was just them looking through, him looking through. Oh, pipeline cam. Okay, gotcha. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, they actually have beach cams that are along the beach here. That are fun because people always be like, I see y'all. Pipeline. There you go. Look at, there's like a little photographer dude down here trying to take pictures. He's got his camera and stuff. That's pretty. Are these surfers like waiting to? They are. How cool is that? That's really pretty. See, I don't get a lot of waves here. No tiki, no tiki camp. No tiki. That's my channel will be turned off. I don't get waves like that where I'm at because I'm on the Gulf. The only time we get waves like that is during hurricanes, and even then, they're not like the big rolling waves like that. It's weird too seeing the yellow sand because our sand is white. No tiki bar cam. Y'all are all going into timeout. All going into timeout. Panda videos. I'm never going to say no to panda videos. Let's see. Live panda cam. Please be panda cam. Please. Oh my word. Look. What? Okay. Hey, what are you doing? Okay, there we go. Look how cute they are. I'm so obsessed with pandas. Look. The one where we were watching where the little baby panda fell and just rolled. Oh my God. Oh. Look at him. Just how cute is that? I would like for my full-time job to be the camera operator on the panda cam. Be like, oh my God, because I kind of already do that with Lucy. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's so cute. You moved like 2 centimeters. Let me take another picture. Look at them, how cute they are. Oh gosh, so cute. I mean, they'll rip your face off, but they're so cute. But then they'll probably fall down afterwards, so you can't even be mad. Like they're just that cute. I love it. Shireen, take my money for more panda videos. Thank you, Shireen. Thank you, Shireen. I need that tree to move so we can watch the, look how cute they are. I want a panda. Maybe Lucy should be a panda for Halloween. She would make a really cute panda. I love pandas. I love sea turtles. I love sloths. I love lemurs. I love Lucy. She would make a really cute panda. I'm about to Google it. Let's see if we can find a panda costume. Panda dog costume. Oh my word. I'm just going to make her wear it every day. Y'all, shut up and take my money. Look at this. Oops, go away. Look at that. She would make the cute. I'm about to buy this right now.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. May be seated. All right, Wahid, you ready to continue with your cross?
I am.
All right, Mark, you may bring the jurors in.
Yes, sir.
How can I not buy this right now?
Mr. Wahid, do you have an idea of how much longer you're going to be?
Sorry, I don't.
All rise.
I said, thank you. I saved the link. I'm going to order it as soon as we're done. So cute.
All right, everyone may be seated. Mr. Wahid, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Doctor, we're going through some of the items that you reviewed that would form your opinion. So Ronan was also diagnosed at some point in the records with ADHD. Can you tell us what that is?
Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder affects about 5% of kids, and they have trouble paying attention, concentrating, completing tasks, sitting still. That's also called hyperactivity, where they have trouble.
And that was, he was about 10 years old back then.
Yes, in that neighborhood.
And so well, first, based on your review of the records, would you concur with that opinion?
What doesn't seem to support it is the teacher complaints that occasionally occur aren't about he's not paying attention or he's getting bad grades because he can't concentrate or finish his work. So the teacher reports don't really support ADHD very well. And then when I see him, for instance, on his lengthy CPT interview, he doesn't show any hyperactivity at all, and he's concentrating and he pays attention to everything that's said to him and responds appropriately. So, and then also the video in his box, he doesn't seem hyperactive in there most of the time. So I really felt like that may not be at all a accurate diagnosis.
Well, so this was when he was about 10. You didn't have the CPT interview when he was 10. You didn't have videos when he was 10. So based on the review of records up until he's 10, with the chief complaints about essentially what we just talked about before the break, which, the acting out, temper tantrums, the focus issues that are in the report that we just went through before the break, through all of those things. So just knowing what someone would know in the record up until the point where he's about 10, based on that, would you concur, if you were to go back in your DeLorean to that time and you were making the diagnosis, would you agree that that could have been a valid diagnosis when he's about 10.
It could have been, but when you look at these notes, for instance, when he's 8, he's described as getting along with children and he responds to discipline. Other notes around that time describe normal mental status examination.
Thank you.
Normal behavior going back in the pediatric notes. So that doesn't really fit with ADHD.
What would you opine is a treatment for ADHD?
If the child has ADHD, if it's on the milder side, you can try behavioral interventions and modifying the environment and having them move their desk up to the front of the room so they're less distracted by the kids around them. And then when you get to moderate or severe cases, you generally have to go to medication.
Medication like clonidine.
That's a second level medication. There's sort of the first tier medications are still the stimulant medications like Ritalin.
Okay. What's 10X? TENEX.
That's a medicine like guanfacine. I'm sorry, like clonidine. It's called guanfacine. It's a similar blood pressure medicine, actually, but it was found to work for ADHD as well, to be helpful for it.
And based on your review of the records, you're familiar that Ronan was prescribed these medications?
Yes.
Okay. And is it, do you know that, so Dr. Tom Rickenbacker found that he had ADHD and also the reactive attachment disorder, correct? At the same time?
I have to refresh my memory. I think he was considering reactive attachment disorder also. I thought the wording was that there's RAD issues, but maybe he made the diagnosis.
I can refresh your recollection if you want.
Okay.
You can approach.
Thank you.
Yeah, just let's have the protocol that you show it to counsel first before you approach the witness.
Show it first to her.
Yeah. So it's
Yeah, he moves at a very slow pace. Here, I'll give y'all something to look at while he takes forever. Oh no! Oh, there we go. Yes, he was adopted. Maybe we'll start doing that. Everybody give me your favorite live cam within reason.
It does, yes.
So it's fair to say that back in 2019, Ronan was diagnosed with reactive attachment disorder and ADHD.
Yes, I don't believe Dr. Rickenbacker had the entire story at that time. I don't see any mention of, that's 2019, around the time that Ronan would have been starting to be isolated and put in the box, to my understanding. So if he didn't know that, that could be the reason why he's roaming around at night inside the cell.
Aww.
And that he's having behavior problems at school.
All right. So you didn't agree with the ODD, oppositional defiance disorder diagnosis. You don't agree with the ADHD diagnosis here. What about the RAD diagnosis?
And again, I'm questioning those diagnoses because I think there's conflicting information, and the people who were assessing him at the time, I don't believe had the full picture.
All right. Now it's fair to say though, they were closer to the opportunity to assess than you are sitting here, correct?
As far as being in the room with him, yes, but they didn't have the benefit of many, many years of observations and records on him. They would not have been provided that or had the time to review all that anyway.
All right. So is that your opinion because you believe that, and I just want to be right about this. I think what you just said is that because they don't know that this is generally what you said. They don't know that he, Ronan, I assume, was in the box, the room at the time. And that's an added fact that makes a difference for you, correct?
It does, yes. Again, because maltreatment can look like ADHD. And all these diagnoses say you have to exclude any other potential cause for this before you make, say, a diagnosis of ODD or ADHD.
Malnutrition. Oh.
But earlier when we were talking about Kathleen Martin and her family counseling associate records, those were in 2015. There's no allegation anywhere in the record that Ronan was in that room in the garage in 2015, correct?
Correct.
But he's still acting out and doing all these things and, being disruptive and throwing tantrums and uncontrollable, correct?
It's not like he's always like that. I mean, I didn't see any really big school problems at that time. And that's the history that is coming out from I believe, a parent. And then when she's in the room with him, he comes across as a pretty normal kid.
When who's in the room with who?
Ms. Martin is in the room with Ronan for those 2-hour sessions. And the pediatric records around that time aren't real documentary of extreme behavior problems either.
But after she's in the room with him for those sessions, she still opines he has oppositional defiance disorder, though, correct? And he's still not, in a room in the garage at this point.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. But you still don't think you think you're in a better position to now decide he did not have ODD back in 2015. Is that it?
What I tried to explain was I would want more information so that I could feel comfortable ruling in or ruling out that diagnosis. And I just don't know. I really just don't know. I don't have enough information.
So it's fair to say also you don't have enough information to say that Kathleen Martin's diagnosis is incorrect back in 2015.
Or
right?
Correct. That's right. Either way.
All right. Would that also apply to the psychiatrist, Dr. Tom Rickenbacher's opinions? You don't have enough information to decide whether it is or isn't accurate? Is that your opinion?
It is, yes.
All right. Let's talk about, so as part of the basis of your opinion, you reviewed medical records, but you also reviewed school records, correct?
Yes.
And those were school records from 2 different schools, correct?
Yes.
Independence Middle School and Basis Academy, correct?
Yes.
I can't watch the pandas anymore because I just laughed when he fell out of the tree. But it gives you something to focus on when it gets sad. But I can't watch.
So I believe Independence Middle School is earlier in time. Let me say that again. I believe Basis Academy is earlier in time.
Right.
All right. And so you reviewed those log entries, right? And
I have, yes.
so it's fair to say that there's a series of incidences where Ronan does something at school. The school basically reaches out to the parents, tells them what he did wrong, and then the parents respond, often the exact same day by email.
Objection as to hearsay.
I haven't.
Let him finish his question, Ms. Copeland, then you can make your objection. But you are, let me have you approach.
It's the baby. And we'll do this while they're on a sidebar. She said something about, I don't have a problem with something. I know everybody's like, the pandas are helping me keep my anxiety down. That's why the Lucy Cam is generally so good for all of this. Oh, she's back, by the way. But look how cute they are. But I can't watch the pandas anymore because a second ago, when the panda fell out of the tree, I laughed, and I can't laugh during this. I get distracted. It's a cute baby. Look, this is much better than seeing his smug face. They're so stinking cute. Love it. Love it. I know, but what will happen is that somebody will clip them talking about mental illness and they'll crop out the panda and then it'll just look like I've internet people. Look, he's going to fall again. This is the highlights apparently. So I've seen this. I think this is one of the very first ones we watched. He's going to fall again. Look, I love when they fall. They're just so clumsy and cute.
No, you're good. You're good. Okay. All right, objections.
They are like little roly-polies. All right, what happened to the audio? Hello? Hello, audio. Oh, I guess we're still talking to the judge. Wait, who's over here? Oh, that's the baby. Look how big. Oh, I need a panda. Look, Mom was like, I'm just going to trap you under this thing. Daycare. Oh, probably not a good joke for this trial. I just meant trap her under the thing for a minute. Penguins are cute too. Hi, Jessica for Justice. This one gets sad. So we have the panda cam to. Why is there no audio? Why is there no audio? Is it just on this feed? Hold on. Let me see. Let me check another feed. Let me see. I don't have court guy muted. It's not muted. We lost feed. I'm trying to see if it's just this one.
Around since I believe 1952. It's produced by the American Psychiatric Association, and it attempts to list every mental disorder that can affect.
I'm gonna have to go back to. I'm gonna have to use long crime feed because
diagnoses in it. and it has descriptions and the criteria you would need to meet each of those diagnoses.
And is malicious a diagnosis in the DSM-5?
No.
I don't
No.
like long prime
Okay. So malicious is not a psychiatric diagnosis by you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It's really a lay opinion, correct? Because it's not a psychiatric opinion, which is what you're an expert at, correct?
It's a reflection on personality traits.
But since it's not in the DSM-5, it's fair to say it is not a psychiatric diagnosis, and that is your area of expertise, right?
Well, human behavior would be my area of expertise as well, and personality.
So I don't think you answered my question. So the question is that malicious not being in the DSM-5 and therefore not being a psychiatric diagnosis, to opine that someone's malicious would not be a psychiatric opinion, correct? It would not require your specialty, correct?
Listen to how he talks to
That's
him.
correct.
Okay, so that opinion is you as a layperson. That's your opinion, just as like it would be mine or anyone in the audience.
No, I'm making a clinical assessment of a parent's behavior towards their child. It's a clinical observation based on video evidence, based on other evidence, and based on working with abused children my entire career, as well as abusive parents. And malicious may be an adjective in the DSM. I don't know. We'd have to look in the index. It may be related to certain disorders.
I looked at it. I couldn't find it, but if you find it, please let me know. So,
Sustained, jury's instructed to disregard counsel's comments about his efforts at finding it in the DSM manual.
let's go back to now the school record. So your opinion was that the parents' conduct was malicious, that there was, in other words, they, and I'm going to have to use some lay terms here, they didn't care at all about this kid, correct? That's what you're saying?
I never said that.
So I need a better understanding of where do you get malicious from?
To my understanding, it's a synonym for cruel or mean.
Okay. So you think they're cruel or mean?
Their behaviors, yes.
Okay. Towards Ronan?
Yes.
Okay. So there's examples at basics where Ronan gets in trouble and school reaches out to the parents and the parents respond essentially saying they will now take care of that with some form of either talking to Ronan or some other form of punishment, correct?
I hope talking to him wouldn't be a form of punishment.
Well, some form of punishment.
Right,
or
they're going to
talking
respond, yes.
Okay, just so my record's clear on that. I'm not trying to say that they are the same. It's a or. So in other words, I'll say it again so we're clear for the record, is that school would reach out to the parents and say, Ronan did this in school. And here's the harm it created. And then very, very soon thereafter, usually within the same day, the parents would respond apologizing to the school and saying that they will, in some cases, they said they'll speak to Ronan and they'll have a conversation with him, correct?
I believe so.
And in some cases, they said they will take corrective action with him, correct?
Something like that, yes.
Okay. In your opinion, you've done a lot of work with in the area of juvenile crime, in the area of juveniles. Would that be considered an appropriate parenting technique? Their response.
It's not really a parenting technique. They're
Right.
responding and letting the school know we hear what you said and we're going to deal with it. It really doesn't reflect on the quality or acceptability or appropriateness of the parenting technique. I mean, nowhere did they respond and say, okay, we're going to build a cell and isolate him for 2.5 or 3 years.
And in your review of the records, some of those instances that happened at Basics actually hurt other children, correct?
That's not entirely accurate. I don't know of any child that was significantly hurt. There was.
I didn't use the word significantly. I just said hurt other children.
Well, you have to look at each one in context, and there's several of them over the course of, over the course of 4.5 or so years of school records. There was several instances of conflict that got physical, and I think one of the first ones was a boy kicked Ronan in the leg at recess, and then he hit him once back. So it wasn't even Ronan who apparently did the hit first. He got hit, and he was responding defensively.
Sure, mutual combat. Both children got punished, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. There's also a situation though where Ronan took his finger and thumb and pushed it up against a boy's neck, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be hurting another child, no?
That boy was, according to the teacher, was not being nice either. So
is that a reason to do that, doctor? Is that a reason to?
Let him finish his answer, counsel, before you cut him off. Finish your answer, sir.
For real.
Yeah, it's not, I don't see Ronan as acting in a vacuum. He just goes up and pushes his thumb into some boy's throat. There was an interaction with them. He took a pocket full of Legos to school, and I believe it was the boy snitched on him and said, hey, he's got Legos. And so the teacher took his Legos away, and Ronan was upset. And then they got into this issue. But the other thing that makes me think of is he recreating the trauma, what he's been through, where he's been grabbed by the neck and pinned up against the wall and choked. Is just reenacting the trauma he's been through.
You also said just now that Ronan's not acting in a vacuum. It's fair to say that the parents are also not acting here in a vacuum, that they're reacting to Ronan.
Overruled. You can answer it if you know.
Help me. What do you mean reacting to Ronan?
Well, Ronan is acting out and seems to be uncontrollable, and they are trying to do what parents are supposed to do, control their child.
We're getting into which comes first, the chicken or the egg. Did their escalating of abuse of Ronan cause his behavior to get worse and worse, and it just became a vicious cycle? And the worse he was mistreated, the worse he behaved. I mean, that's kind of what it looks like to me, because we don't have a whole lot of behavior problems going on before he was, say, 8, and then it seemed to start around that time.
Well,
and they had him up until that point for 6 from the pediatric records, really, are the main things, and they never took him to any sort of counseling. There's no school records with complaints of Ronan's behavior before age 8.
So it's fair to say that we are how do I word this?
How do you?
Can I come sidebar, Judge?
You can.
And then I'll do that. Okay. So again, he's trying to push as much as he can on this, but this witness is like, I like the way that he corrects. Panda, please let me get the dang pandas. I like the way that he corrects him. He's like, that's not a parenting technique. Let's see. Live Panda Cam.
Okay, the objection is sustained.
Just because you don't have records before the age of 8, that's why you're saying that, correct?
That and the pediatric records don't suggest any problems with his behavior. They refer to normal mood, normal development, reaching his milestones on time.
But you weren't provided any of the school records or any other records before that age, correct?
Correct.
So
From school.
Sure.
Any other records from school.
Or any other therapy or other mental health records or anything like that?
Well, I have a mental status exam in essence from when he was 17 months old, when I think it's Halavy, assessed him, I think in Vietnam, and he was described as smiling, laughing, walking, running, and climbing, and his fine motor skills were good. So he was actually not showing the full effects of being just sort of this non-reactive, non-responding sort of infant that's been completely neglected.
So you have other than that, you have no other mental health or therapy or school records before the age of 8?
No.
All right. And that is why you're saying that there weren't any. That's your basis to say why there weren't any incidents before the age of 8.
I didn't see any.
Because you don't have those records, right?
Sustained.
There are
Unanswered. Sustained. Move on.
Look at his face.
So when he goes to Independence, we see a similar pattern, correct? Where
Ms. Coakley, let him finish his question. Restate your question, Mr. White, so I can capture it.
Sure. We see a similar pattern that we saw at Basics, where there's an incident that happens with Ronan in school. School reaches out to the parent, and the parent says that they will they'll talk to him, they'll do something about it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a point in time where that's like almost every month, right? In 2019.
Approach.
Factually incorrect, she said. She's objecting. This is like watching like but what do I know? I think that I agree. There's nothing that the defense attorney could say that would make me think that what they did was right. I think that they have to do their job. They don't have a lot to work with. So I think that they're just hoping that at least one person thinks oh, well, yeah, they did their best.
All right, the objection is sustained. Counsel, rephrase, please.
100% he should have.
So I'm going to talk through the year of 2019. It's 2 schools. So he was at Immaculate Heart, and then he is at for the first part of the year, and then at Basis the next part of the year. So looking at 2019. Just in February, March, April, just in those months, there seems to be an incident. There's at least 5 incidents, correct? A very short span of time.
In which month?
Late February of 2019 through early April of 2019.
I tried to list them out. I may have missed some, but I have 12 of them over a period of 4.5 years, 12 teacher communications with the parents about about Ronan, the behaviors.
All right. So that's
probably out of 800 school days. I've got roughly 12 complaints.
So the question though is, within a very short span of time, from February 28th to April 5th, there are 6 incidents where the school has to reach out to the parents in a manner we just talked about, where they are complaining about his acting out, his behavior, injuring other children during recess, or taking electrical items, calculators, whatever from other kids. And the parents respond to each one of those within a day, saying that they will take some corrective action.
And what period are you saying that starts in? What month and year?
February 28th, 2019.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Okay. So this February 28th, 2019. I have March 8th, 2019, March 16th, March 22, March 27th, April 5th. Correct?
I don't have all those. I'm not sure if they're related or not. I have the the February 28th, 2019 one marked down, where he got into an altercation with another boy and they were both throwing punches.
So the question I have, first, I can't ask the question until I know. Are you agreeing or disagreeing with the foundation of what I'm saying?
I didn't document all those, so if you want to show them to me, if there's 6 of them there or 5 of them, I don't have those documented. But if they're all about the same incident, that's why I would not have documented all 5 instances. If it's just more about the same incident.
The different incidences. Each is a different incident. I understand your question. So I can show you. Hang on.
His tone sounds kind of condescending
Do you
too,
need to approach?
which makes it
Judge, I just need to get organized first.
which makes it even worse.
All right, you may approach.
Dang, we almost had a hot mic
All right,
moment.
Ms. Coakley, we need to get a microphone in your hand when you make your objections. I got spanked from recording that they couldn't hear you, so I'm putting it on you now. Use the mic. I've yet to go a trial yet where I didn't get that call from recording, so.
Thank you.
And when you're walking away, if you're talking to Mr. Waheed, you need to have the mic.
Yeah. See, we have a good parent on the screen too, the little panda. Look, panda's about to fall. Where does Lucy keep going? Oh, she's right there. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Mark, do we have a second handheld? Let's put that on the podium for Mr. Waheed. Just take it up to him if he's going to be talking.
For the record, just showing the witness for his to help refresh his recollection.
Thank you.
Oh, hello.
Oh, this one.
Hello. Hello, my love. You need a haircut? Get a haircut this weekend?
So when you're done looking at the documents that are being used to refresh your recollection, you'll put them down, turn them over, and then you'll be asked if that refreshes your recollection.
Darling. Let me girl. Look at that little butt. Look at that little butt.
Okay, see if I can remember those.
I'll leave them there for a minute. Sorry, Judge.
That's all right.
Oh, hi. Hi.
All right. So during the time period of, and I actually forgot a couple. I have it. There's a January and another February here. When I think about it.
You can approach if you need to show it to him.
Judge.
Oh my gosh, he's so slow. He's so slow. He's like, oh, you're watching paint trial ended? Hold my beer. Hi. Hi.
All right. So the question I was asking earlier is, and I had said 5 or 6. I now count, and I've tried to help refresh recollection about 8 incidents from January 29th, 2019 through April 5th of 2019, where the school reached out to the parents with incidents that had taken place with
All
Ronan.
right, so the question is, has his recollection been refreshed? That's the first question we have to get to before we talk about what his refreshed recollection
Agreed.
is.
I'm just giving context.
Yeah, but my concern is in the method of questioning. It's putting, let's find out if his recollection's been refreshed first.
Has your recollection been refreshed, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So there were incidences on January 29th of 19, February 15th of 19, February 28th of 19, March 8th of 19, March 16th of 19, March 22nd of 19, March 27th of 19, April 5th of 19 at the school, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at each time, in each of those incidents, it ranged from some injury to another student to some property damage or theft, correct?
No. One of them is he had, I believe, green sprinkles in his possession. Another one was he took some snacks from another student. Another one was he was found in possession of a Texas Instruments calculator. Another one was he did something to a computer regarding the coding or something. He was trying to get to a game on that computer. And then the one we talked about already, we had a fight with a boy on the playground. I mean, they threw some punches. And then, let's see, another one was he kicked a ball at another student multiple times. And then, so
how was that?
I didn't see where anybody was injured or hurt. I mean, and many of these are regarding items he had in his possession or messing with the computer or having sprinkles.
sprinkles which he had stolen, right? Those were not his sprinkles, correct?
I'm not sure where he got the sprinkles.
I'm going by the documents you reviewed. And when you're saying not injured, isn't there literally on the February 28th, 2019, where the note says he has this is an ongoing pattern of Ronan injuring children at recess. Correct?
If it says that, yes.
You can look at it. It's in front of you.
Ah! Ah! Not green sprinkles. I wonder if the female attorney, the lead attorney, is like, I don't want to handle him, so you go on ahead.
An order.
Maybe that's why she's not doing it, because she's like, I don't think that's going to go so well. And I don't want to be the one live streamed trying to do it.
You did say February 19th.
I said February 28th. 28.
Okay.
Kind of how Poot and Jim, neither of them would question Tinsley.
Yes, it does say that.
They sent in
And when he
Barber.
is assigned an after-school detention for 1 hour.
And okay, fair. And you said one of the examples when I said theft, you said, well, he was just found with a Texas Instruments calculator. That was a stolen calculator, correct? The parents are the ones.
It was not his. That's correct.
The parents found it and contacted the school to say he's got this calculator. It's not his.
Right. I believe that's right.
And the school said, oh, we've been looking for that. It's another student.
Sustained.
So you'd agree that of the incidents, we have injuring other children, we have theft, correct? We have those two so far.
Yes.
All right. And it's appropriate for parents to react to that in a way to try and curb that type of behavior of their child, correct?
Depends on how they react. But yes, they should deal with it appropriately. Yes.
So, and we went through the medical records already, but at this time, he's already been seeing a therapist. He has also seen a psychiatrist, Dr. Rickenbacker, at this point already, and this conduct continues to happen, correct?
Well, you're bringing up a lot of things from 2019, and that's around the time he was put in the box. So how much of this is acting out from being put in the box? Well, it would be my first question, because
So-
you do document a blip up, a increase in his behavior issues at school.
Well, I went through I went through all of the records before that as well, and we can keep going through records in 2018. I could do those too, and you have them. And if you want, we can go through 2018.
Sustained.
Well, is it your position that this acting out that I just went through in 2019 did not occur in 2018?
We talked about some of the things that happened before, like the boy kicked him on the field, and then he punched the boy, and then the Legos incident.
And the finger and thumb incident?
Yes.
Okay. So there were things in 2018 as well?
Yes.
Going from February of 2018 all the way to December of 2018.
Ugh.
I have October of 18, but maybe there was one in December that I didn't document.
I would love to know how much dead time is in the middle of all of his questioning.
So on direct, you had talked a bit
It's
about
ridiculous.
the him being in essentially solitary confinement, correct?
Yes.
Not a fan.
So it's your position that he was in that room 14 to 16 hours on a daily basis. Yes?
It's not my position, it's what the records reflect.
Which records?
All of them put together, CPT records, police interviews, collateral interviews. For instance, what Fiona said.
You testified on direct, you reviewed 40 videos, ring videos, correct?
About that, yes.
And that's out of approximately 21,000 ring videos, correct?
I don't know how many there were. I know there was a whole lot of many videos.
So the 40 that the state selected to give you are the ones you reviewed?
Correct.
And it is your opinion from the review of those 40 videos, is that where you get your 14 to 16 hours on a daily basis that he's in his room? We're talking about January, right? January 22.
Yes.
Okay. That's where you get that information? From the ring videos? I just don't know the basis.
No, I didn't get it from the ring videos, no. But the ring videos corroborate that history, that he would be woken up in the morning. He'd be asked, is it dirty? Referring to the plastic bucket. Then I believe he was allowed to go on to the bathroom. Then he'd go back in the box, and then the mother would take the children to school, and then she would come back and get him around 9. And then he would go back in the box after school, say, I don't know, 4:30, whatever the math would be.
Are you aware that
4:30 p.m., of course.
So I'm trying to understand the basis of where you're getting that number. That's all. So I said, is it from the 40 videos? You said it's not just from that, it's from the record. So what are you talking about? Where do you get that from? You said the CPT, that was one thing you said. So who in the CPT said that? CPT record?
Ronan.
Okay. Ronan said he was in there 14 to 16 hours per day.
What I had was a ballpark of when he left the house, when he was let out of the box, and then when he got home from after school, when he was put in the box. And then he was kept in the box, my understanding, almost every night, fed in the box after everybody else had ate. And then he stayed in the box throughout the night until he was let out in the morning. So if you add up the hours, it's probably, I don't know, even if you went 5 o'clock to midnight, that's 7. Then midnight to 8 is 8. So that's 15 hours. I'm just ballparking it. I don't have an exact number of hours.
If I were to tell you that if the evidence were to show that it is no more than 10 hours a night, and at most, on occasion, a 3-hour block during a day, would that change your opinion in any way?
Did you see her face?
As to whether or not,
Did y'all see that?
I'm not sure what your opinion was here, whether or not it was malicious.
Any amount of solitary confinement for hours to me is unacceptable. There's no justification for it, and it's cruel.
Thank you.
So it wouldn't change your opinion?
No.
No.
So the lessening of hours wouldn't change your opinion?
No.
Okay. And
She
so
can't fix her face either.
If I were to tell you that
Let him finish the question before you make your objection. Go ahead, Ms. Wright.
Sure.
He's trying not to smile.
If I were to tell you that, hypothetically, that that he was out with family on various occasions, he participated in community events or any of those types of things, would that change your opinion in any way?
I'm aware of those episodes of being out and about. So no, I've already taken those into consideration.
If I were to tell you that he was provided a breakfast every morning from his mother, would that change your opinion in any way?
I'm aware of that already, except there were some mornings he didn't get breakfast, and it's on the Ring video as well. Him being handed, say, a banana with some peanut butter on bread.
And the banana with peanut butter on bread is not breakfast, in your opinion?
I didn't say that. No.
Okay. So you said he was not given breakfast. He was handed a banana with peanut butter on bread. That's what you just said.
No, I said some days he did not get breakfast.
Okay. And then other days he got, as you said, a banana with peanut butter on bread.
My understanding, most days he was given breakfast.
So on direct, by the way, you had said that you spoke to the issue of the banana with peanut butter on bread in the context of torture. Is it your opinion that it's torturous to get a banana with peanut butter on bread for breakfast?
No.
Okay, because I'm a big fan of banana and peanut butter.
Oh,
milk, so.
give me a break.
Okay.
Ugh. Bleh.
And is it your opinion, or would it change your opinion if you saw videos of Ronan eating dinner outside his room during that January of 22 time period?
He said that on 3 instances, he did have dinner with the family outside of the cell in January. So about one out of every, whatever it would be, 10 days, he ate with the family dinner.
And would it change your opinion if going to the breakfast that he had breakfast outside his room, out in the kitchen?
I don't recall seeing information on how often he was out for breakfast. My impression was from reading all the materials that he didn't go out for breakfast, or very rarely.
Would it change your opinion if there were videos with him sitting on the couch watching TV with his dad?
My opinion about the okayness of solitary confinement? No.
Thank you.
I know that at times he was out of his cell. And
Thank you.
spent some time in the house with the family.
Best answer. Thank you. Round of applause for that guy. Ugh. If he was to ever sit on the couch and watch TV with his dad, would that change your views on his solitary confinement in his cell? No. No. If he had moments of time where he's allowed to be a semi-normal kid, does that change the abuse? No.
So it's fair to say your opinion. So give me your opinion again, in like sum it up, because I'm a little vague on it. What is the opinion you are trying to, as an expert psychiatrist, convey to this jury?
I've given multiple opinions. What opinion would you like to know that I can repeat?
Something that a psychiatrist would opine on.
That the parents' treatment of Ronan was psychologically abusive. It was physical abusive. It was neglectful. It put him at a serious risk of harm and health issues, or even worse. It was cruel. It was malicious. It was dehumanizing. It was degrading. It was very damaging to his identity, his self-esteem, his whole adjustment to life, being put in this kind of a solitary confinement situation.
bet he regrets asking that question,
And
huh?
knowing what RAD is, and that there are, as we discussed already earlier, that we don't know what Ronan's first 17 months was like before he was adopted. Are you taking the opinion that he does or does not suffer from reactive attachment disorder?
I would concur that he had signs of reactive attachment disorder when he was younger. In fact, one of the pieces of that was early on when he was an early toddler. His mother said that he was just really resistant to being cuddled, which is sort of a classic sign of reactive attachment disorder.
And that would be something in line with what would have happened to him in the first 17 months of his life, correct? That would have been that's a very likely cause for that reactive attachment disorder.
Knowing all we do, yes, that would line up.
Okay.
Worst question he could have asked. Best answer the doctor could have given. That was like the trial highlight right there.
And is it your opinion that that Tim Ferriter caused the reactive attachment disorder?
No.
Okay.
Did his behavior exacerbate it and bring signs of it back? I would say yes. But
Okay.
he didn't cause it. It was caused by his first 17 or so months in Vietnam.
You also know, though, from review of all the records we've already talked about here today, that he was given medical advice and he followed that advice, right?
Sustained.
Are you aware if Mr. Ferriter was provided any medical advice to deal with the reactive attachment disorder?
What I'm aware of is that Ronan was taken to several counselors when he was younger. And what kind of struck me was he didn't stay with any counselor more than really a few sessions, and then he wouldn't go anymore. And then later he would go to another counselor and see them maybe once or twice or three times, and then it would stop. So I question why there was not consistency and follow through with the first or the second or the third counselor to try to treat his problems. I don't know the answer to that.
That's what I was
And
curious about too.
If I were to tell you hypothetically that that Tim Ferriter was provided medical guidance from all the records we've looked at, and that he attempted to follow that as best he and his family could under the circumstances, would that change your opinion in any way?
Improper objection, improper question.
Approach.
That was the stupidest question he could have asked. And that doctor gave the best answer that he possibly, and he just kept going. He's like, that, oh. I'd have been like, if I was a jury, I'd been like, we can wrap this up. There's no coming back from that. There's no coming back from that. It's never okay to subject him to solitary confinement. Yeah. Yeah. And like the thing was like, he's scared of the dark, so they control the lights. Like he's not allowed to have light and stuff. Like just. I'm curious as to why there wasn't consistency. Like he was saying, because that's one of the things I've wondered how, this whole time is like how long or how much effort they put into like seeing a counselor and stuff, and he said that he would go a couple times and then they would stop. You know, that they weren't consistent with trying to treat him. I'm curious about that. I want to hear more about that, about what
All right,
what
the
they
objection is
tried.
sustained. You need to rephrase, Mr. Wahid.
So, doctor, if Mr. Ferriter was provided medical advice and relied upon it, would that change your opinion?
About his treatment of Ronan in the solitary confinement or the physical abuse? I mean, no, I don't see how it would. I don't think any professional gave him advice to put your child in solitary confinement or physically abuse the child or withhold meals for punishment or take his one book away as punishment or turn the lights out. No, I don't. It wouldn't.
In terms of if any of the behavior of Tim Ferriter, what do you believe it was in response to Ronan? Because we had a conversation earlier about chicken and egg, or you did. So your position is that Mr. Ferriter's the chicken and Ronan's the egg. Based on that question I just asked you, which is if hypothetically Mr. Ferriter was provided medical advice and relied upon it in his journey with Ronan, would that change your opinion as to who's the chicken and who's the egg in this scenario?
The easy answer is no. But I don't know how it would. But as I said earlier, Mr. Ferriter didn't cause the original reactive attachment disorder problem.
Correct. So did Mr. Ferriter? So the short answer you just gave is no, it wouldn't change your opinion. Correct.
Correct.
On direct, you talked about the juvenile detention center. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were talking about what the confinement looks like, correct?
Yes.
And you were talking about how it isn't pitch black in there.
Right.
All right. But there is a thing called lights out at a juvenile detention center, correct?
Yes, but there's enough lighting where officers can do their rounds and look in and see all the kids. So it's not pitch black, but the lights are dimmed down, so it's easier for the kids to sleep.
You wrote an article that I reviewed where you talked about the type of violence that happens at juvenile detention centers, correct?
You mean towards the kids?
Yes, towards the kids or from the kids to each other.
An object as to relevance.
Sustained. Unless you want to approach Mr. Wahid.
No.
No. No. It's like painful. Loving this expert though, loving this doctor.
It's fair to say you've written substantially on juvenile crime, correct?
Yes. Juvenile violence and homicide in particular, yes.
And you're familiar with the term school to prison pipeline, correct?
Object as to relevance.
Sustained.
As far as you know, based on all the records you reviewed, Mr. Ferriter never called the police on his child, did he?
Object as to relevance.
Sustained.
Wow. The charges are false imprisonment, child abuse and neglect, I think. Is that right?
Let me ask you about what are the options for parents who have a child with reactive attachment disorder in terms of
Lucy.
private pay solutions?
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
Go sidebar, Judge, on that.
You can approach.
Okay, so here's the thing. Behavior problems are not like, okay, like if this is your scale of like, you know, strict to lenient or whatever, like this is your scale, this is what you're allowed to do. Like if he's off the charts behavior wise because he's stealing green sprinkles and whatnot, okay, let's say like even if you get like to strict, like you still have a range of acceptable behavior. They are so far beyond that range of acceptable behavior that like it's the solitary confinement, like they said, the, you know, controlling the lights, the, like for a child to be scared of the dark and like you control their lights and don't let them have any, like pitch black dark in there and they don't have any light and they're trapped in a box with no light. And the physical abuse, you know, is like, this isn't like popping your kid on the butt to get their attention. This is like, he threw him on the bed and was like, and then holding him against the, I mean, and then you wonder why he's doing this stuff at school. Like it's so far beyond the range of what's acceptable that, and they're trying to focus on the things he did in this range. This isn't about in the range. This is about all that stuff way out there on the other side of the range. So like they're trying so hard to focus on here.
All right,
This ain't
the
about that.
objection is sustained. Next question.
Doctor, now, I don't know, a couple hours ago, I asked you about the ability
hours
to
ago.
opine
Yes.
on a diagnosis without having evaluated a patient or an individual. And you'd asked me to show you the section. May I approach, Judge?
You can approach Ms.
Yeah.
Coakley first.
Not even close. He does. He's a smart cookie.
And then you can approach the witness, Mr. White.
A bucket to use the bathroom in while you're locked in a room. Hoping there's no house fire. Like hoping,
Take the mic with you if you're going to be speaking.
aggravated child abuse. That was what it was. Okay.
Showing you the section 7, and I think I earlier stated it was section 7 sub 3 of the principles of medical ethics with annotations, especially applicable to psychiatrists.
This is called the Goldwater Rule. Had to do with Barry Goldwater when he was running for president, and there was a poll about whether he was fit to be president or not. That's where this came from. And I've been in committees trying to rewrite this because I was on the ethics committee for 18 years. So I'm very familiar with this. And that doesn't exclude us if we're asked for a professional opinion.
What is the rule?
Unless you've been granted proper authorization for such a statement. So being an expert witness for the court would be proper authorization to offer my professional opinions.
If you could just read the whole thing for the jury, just because they don't know what you're looking at.
Okay. On occasion, psychiatrists are asked for an opinion about an individual who is in the light of public attention and who has disclosed information about himself, herself through the media. That is, that person in the light of attention. In such circumstances, a psychiatrist may share with the public his or her expertise about psychiatric issues in general. However, it is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion unless he or she has conducted an examination and has been granted proper authorization for such a statement. And it should say there, from that person in light of public attention. So this is really about talking heads getting on TV and talking about somebody and making a psychiatric diagnosis, say some serial killer or some other, typically those sorts of crimes, where the psychiatrist will make opinions without having done an examination.
There's no
without having anything to go on other than what they've learned about from, say, the media.
Not at
trying to
all
stop
what he
that
was
sort of
thinking.
attention-seeking behavior by people who like to get attention being on one of these talking head shows, to put it bluntly.
There's no exception in the rule, though, written, correct?
Unless you're granted appropriate legal authorization or whatever it is. Yes.
Thank you. No other questions?
Yeah.
Ms. Copeland, how long do you expect on your redirect? Because we've been going over an hour. I want to give the jury. All right, I'm going to give the jury a 10-minute break then before we go to redirect. It's 4:20. We'll be in recess until 4:30.
So that didn't go as he
Same
planned.
instruction.
Him wanting to use same judge,
All right,
same.
everyone can be seated. Before I let the attorneys go, my feeling is that we'll conclude with his redirect and then we'll be done for the day.
I decided to put in a few more ring videos, and so I have the witness here just to put those in. That should be like 1 minute.
Okay, but my understanding was you have a substantial amount of other publications or publishing that you can do, so that's going to have to wait until tomorrow.
That's perfectly fine, Your Honor, but if I could I just put that witness on very quickly after that?
Oh, you have another witness?
Yeah, I'm just gonna put the detective on again to see these.
All right, we need to squeeze every minute out of the day that we have. So if you can finish that witness and we don't keep the folks, because one of the jurors indicated a problem staying after 5 today, so I don't want to push that. All right, that'll be fine. Okay, all right, good enough. All right, sir, you can step down during the break and just obviously same instruction. Don't speak with anyone regarding your testimony.
That, first of all, can we just acknowledge you hear him? Which one bet is in his cup?
Daniel, did you hear that Judge Weiss is going to be covering my docket tomorrow? And we'll start the trial at 8:30 tomorrow. Okay.
Starting the trial at 8:30 tomorrow. Oh.
What's in recess?
Okay, so him wanting to use that against the doctor, and the doctor's like, this is not at all applicable to this. This is not what this is. This doesn't have anything to do with it. Oh my God. Now look, we're in winter 2027. Look at her just grabbing him by the fanny and like, come on over here. Come on over here, youngin'. Not you. Oh, you can come over here too. Oh, you're a good girl. You're a good girl. I said, come on over here, youngin', and Lucy came running. Oh, you're a good girl. You're a good girl. Oh, you're a good baby. You're so very pretty. You're so very smart and capable. So that was, oh, sorry, I forget. I can't, Fanny doesn't mean here what it means over there, y'all. Sorry. Grabbing the baby by the booty. Sorry. I forget. Y'all, I've been saying Fanny for 40 years, and it did not mean that. I got to get used to being in the UK. So look at her. Look at Mama grabbing the baby. Like, quit running from me. Quit running from me. And they just fall. Pandas fall more than, like, they're so clumsy. They're so clumsy. Hi, sweet girl. Hi, sweet girl. Oh, yeah. Look at her little nub wagon. Look at the little nub wagon. Oh, big booty Judy, you're so cute. All right, so I think it's kind of torturous watching that, but also I'm really glad that the doctor was he was such a good witness. Like he was so knowledgeable, and he was so just, I mean, he's on it, doggone it. Like he's just, he every question he did not get, you know, he didn't even stutter on his words. He, you know, with every way that they were going, I'm glad that he made it a point multiple times to differentiate between, like I was saying, like the defense attorney keeps wanting to bring up the stuff that's in the normal range. Like, yeah, if there's behavior problems, you're going to do this and this and this, but you're not going to do this and this and this. Like, and I'm glad that he kept differentiating between that. Like, okay, yeah, if there were these issues, then, you know, yes, these things would make sense, but not that. Like that, you're not on trial for this range. You're on trial for that range. And I'm glad that he made it a point to, you know, advocate for the kids and like, or for Ronan, and make sure that the jury, you know, heard like what happened beyond the scope of, you know, regular child parent consequences is not okay, no matter what the stuff happened. I would like to know more about why they went to counseling a few times and then stopped. You know, multiple times, because I kept thinking, like, I wonder, you know, how much effort they put into trying to get him help or whatever. But even trying to compare it to, you know, if they had put him in a juvenile detention center or whatever, or if he had ended up in juvenile detention center, it's like one of y'all said, they have bathrooms in a juvenile detention center. They get 3 meals a day. They're not stuck in the pitch black dark. I'm not saying that it's like Club Med or nothing, but I'm saying it's if you're going to be locked up, it's a safer environment to be locked up in. It's a more sanitary environment to be locked up in. And if you're able to look at what you provided for your child as a life and say juvenile detention would have been better than that, that's a problem. That's a big problem. It reminds me of Gypsy Rose, how we were talking about her, with her saying, you know, after her and her boyfriend planned to kill her mom, and she was like, you know, yeah, I'm going to prison, but at least I'll be free. It's crazy. It's crazy. That doctor did a great job, though. He really did. Goodness gracious. Pandas make me smile too. They make me so happy because I am also chubby and clumsy, and they make me feel understood. They're so cute. And when stuff like this, when it's so hard to watch, they help keep the stress levels down. They haven't even given us a reason that he would have needed to go to juvie. All of his behavior issues stem from seem to stem from the abuse. Yeah, that's one of the things that I'm glad the doctor pointed out too, is him having those few incidents at school where there was like physical altercation. Is that him repeating behaviors that have happened at home? Like, have y'all ever known people who are just jerk faces? And sometimes it's, it's different extremes, but like sometimes it's because, they had no consequences and their parents were like too, like they were spoiled or whatever. And then sometimes it's because, their parents were also jerk faces. Like at some point, you have to break the cycle.
All right, all sides ready to proceed? All right, let's let the witness take the stand again. Do we have the witness? You're on mute.
Mama and baby playing down there is adorable, though.
All right, Mark, as soon as the witness takes the stand, you can bring the jurors out.
I cannot imagine a doctor that would actually get up there and say that this was okay, because they would lose their license, like, and all of their clients and the respect of the world. I'm not saying that the parents had it easy, but the parents did wrong.
All right, everyone may be seated.
Camera guy's struggling a little bit.
No, that's a connected.
All right, Ms. Coakley, you may go ahead and begin.
So just to go back to that Goldwater doctrine, are you allowed to opine on whether or not the President of the United States has a psychological condition based on their interviews on television?
No.
Are
It's
you
considered unethical to do that?
Would you be allowed to just watch the TV coverage of this case and come in and do an opinion?
No.
Is it permissible to, as part of a court proceeding, review all the records involved and opine in certain circumstances?
Yes.
Now, there was a lot of questioning on cross-examination about whether or not Tim Ferriter acting on the advice of medical personnel would change your opinion. Was there any indication in the record you reviewed that the defendant in this case was advised to treat his son how he did?
No, there was not.
Was there any indication from any of the people involved that it was appropriate to confine his child for multiple hours a day?
No.
Was there any indication that any medical professional ever told him that he should keep his child in a room in the dark for hours during the day?
No.
Was there any indication that any medical professional said that the child should be deprived of access to a bathroom?
No.
Would that be a medically acceptable treatment for any condition?
No.
It's not.
I
Now-
can't think of one.
What? You can't think of one?
I can't.
Now, I want to talk for a second about some of the specifics that you testified to. There was a little bit of a talk about the oppositional defiant disorder diagnosis by Miss Martin. Was she a doctor or a clinical licensed social worker?
She's a social worker.
So that wasn't a diagnosis that was done by a doctor.
Correct.
In addition, that was in the year, what year thereabouts was that?
That should have been 2015 when he was, let's see, 8.
2015, or would it be 6?
It was 2015.
Leading, is that the sustained rephrase?
Well, how old would he have been?
He was 8.
And in general, did you see, or were you able to tell how often he was, there was any kind of intervention for that, or how often he met that licensed clinical social worker?
Sorry.
Okay.
I was looking.
Was it more than a
Okay,
handful of times?
I'm wrong. It was, yes, okay, I'm with you. We're talking about Kathleen Martin.
Right.
Yes, and that was, I have in my records, September to November of 2015, when he would have been 8 in 2nd grade.
So a 3-month period?
If that, I have, I could only find 3 sessions, the intake and then a couple of those, a couple others.
And in reviewing of the records that were made available to you, is she the only practitioner that found that oppositional defiant disorder?
Susan Martin in the same year, a counselor also who saw him, very limited notes from her as well, but she had ODD as a diagnosis or possibility.
And would that not reflect later on? Was that reflected in the findings of the other people he saw, like in 2018 and 2019? Which would be like Dr. Reinbacher?
Yeah, he focused more on the ADHD. I believe ODD may have surfaced. I'm not positive.
Now, or was he, take a look, was he just reactive attachment disorder and ADHD?
Yes.
Now, is there a treatment for oppositional defiant disorder if it in fact is accurate?
Yes.
Does it involve locking a child in a room?
No.
Does it involve isolation or confinement of a child?
No.
Would it be just therapy and medicine?
Yes.
Now, is there any indication that that was pursued for Ronan beyond those 3 appointments that you told us about?
No, and that's what I could never sort of find a reason in these couple therapists he went to as to why it just stopped after 1 or 2 or 3 sessions. There was no sort of explanation. It just stopped. Now,
we also discussed with defense that there was diagnoses at some point in his history for ADHD. Is ever it's confining a child a treatment for that?
No.
Now, we talked about what Dr. Reichenbacher found between 2000 and the end of 2018 and the beginning of 2019. About how old was Ronan at that point?
He would have been 11 at that time.
And even then, with the reactive attachment disorder and the ADHD, is it a treatment for a reactive attachment disorder to confine a child for long periods of time?
No.
And in Dr. Reinbacher's records, is there a reflection or a consideration about whether or not Ronan is experiencing aggression?
You're saying, does it address that?
Yeah, does it address whether or not that is a symptom that is he is struggling with?
Well, January, it says, of 2019, it says he's doing better with not getting angry, he's been apologizing. And then in May, it says he's not having severe aggression and that he's having adequate behavior at school. And that's in May of 2019.
And is that, based on the records that you reviewed, the last professional intervention with a psychiatrist, psychologist, or a clinical social worker in 2019?
Yes. That's it.
In total, about how many times did he even see Dr. Reichenbach?
A handful of times, 4 or 5, maybe 6, something like that.
Now, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. You said 4, 5, or 6 times?
4 or 5, maybe 6.
Now, you mentioned that you had some disagreements about, or maybe some questions about the diagnoses that Dr. Reichenbacher came to. Is it important for a psychiatrist when making a differential diagnosis to know something like the conditions in which the child is living?
It's extremely important. Yes. I mean, is the child being abused? Is the child being neglected? Is the child in solitary confinement? And around the end of the time that Dr. Reichenbacher was seeing him, that was occurring. And there's nowhere in the notes he had any idea of that.
Would that be important information that would influence an expert making an opinion about the cause of some type of behavior by a child?
No, absolutely. That would be a huge influence on your assessment of why the child's having problems at school.
I want to talk for a second about some of the school misbehaviors that the defense went into. We talked about behaviors that started occurring in a cluster in February of 2019. Does that coincide with when he starts to be confined in a room in a garage in Arizona?
Yes, it does.
And can that type of treatment impact his behavior?
I believe it would have had a huge impact on his behavior. Yes.
Now, when we talk about like the correspondence for these types of behavioral problems, are you also seeing very minor infractions committed behaviorally?
Yes.
Things like bad language?
Yes.
Stealing a piece of candy?
Yes.
Now, are those, even with the acts of a mutual combat with another child, getting into a fight with another child, are those the level of behavioral issues that you would expect with a child that has a severe conduct or attachment disorder?
He doesn't have a conduct disorder per se. I mean, that's a diagnosis. I would say he has conduct disorder.
Okay.
I don't think you mean that.
What do you think I mean? What I mean? Tell
You
me.
mean a behavioral?
Yes,
a behavioral-
it's someone who has a behavioral problem that is clinically severe. Would you expect to see a higher level of behavioral problems in their life?
Yeah, you would. Even with a child with reactive attachment disorder, they're going to, or symptoms of it, they're going to have some delay and maybe not, they're not going to be so great at their psychosocial skills, their social skills, so they can get into more likely get into conflicts or be teased by other kids.
As far as like the level of adverse behaviors that Ronan is experienced is indicating, would you consider these to be severe behaviors that based on the records from the school?
No, not at all. But one of the most telling things is he never even got suspended. So often in my own practice, for instance, I'll see kids that age, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15. If they get into a fight, they get suspended. It's sort of like the intent of the child and how severe is it. And so he's never once been suspended, which really tells you that nothing really rose to a particularly severe level of aggression.
That fist fight that we read that email about, did both children get punished?
They did, yes.
Now, did you see in the review of the records, was there any indication that at any point Ronan had an IEP or any kind of individual educational plan to address behavioral issues at the school?
No, I didn't see that. No.
Was there an indication that the school was told that he didn't have behavioral issues in some cases?
That he did or didn't?
Did not.
Yes, there were.
Tell us about that.
Well, there's some notes from the school that say that in general Ronan's been doing fine this year and there hasn't been any problems. And then the other thing is when I had mentioned how many days of school he's been in the 5 years up to being put in the box, we're really talking about hundreds and hundreds of days at school, and yet we only have these isolated handful of events, whatever it is, 10 or 15, based on the email. So really you're talking about a boy who's getting in trouble not very frequently at all when you look at the 180 school days a year.
Now, when we're talking about the communication that the defendants had with the child's school indicating that they were notified of the punishment and they were going to address it, is there any indication that the defendants notified the school that the way that they were going to address it was to confine the child in a room in their garage?
No.
Did they ever inform the school of the living situation of which they were subjecting the child to?
No.
Now, you also talked briefly about a report by another licensed clinical social worker, Kenny Miller. In reviewing his report, was there a bias in his report that you perceived?
I need you to approach.
those were excellent questions and good answers. This has been, for as much as that was like a crash and burn cross-examination, the direct and the redirect have been really effective. Like this is like their star witness. And then we've still got some videos and stuff that we have to see too. Like them talking, don't you touch each other. I'm so bossy. The mom, Tracy, is probably like, with all of this going on, I'm assuming it's going to be the same prosecutors. It'll be different, defense attorney, but especially not Wahid or whatever. I don't think they're going to give him a go again after that. But they're sitting there making notes about all of this, like, because it kind of gives her an idea of what she's going to have to deal with. I bet she's shaking in her boots. I would be after hearing all this.
Objection sustained. Rephrase the question, Ms. Coakley.
The report of the social worker, Kenny Miller, did you take into consideration the timing of when it was issued?
Yes, I did.
When was it issued?
After the Ferriters were arrested.
And was it based in large part on their representations to Mr. Miller?
It was, yes.
And so did that have an impact on how much you weighed his conclusions?
It did, yes, because I didn't see that he had any exposure or access to all the other information in this case that would have, I think, improved his ability to understand what exactly was going on with Ronan and the parenting.
Now, lastly, the defense asked you about your ability as a psychiatrist to opine that something is malicious. Is it in your realm of expertise to make a clinical assessment of parents' behaviors, especially in the cases of abuse?
Oh, yes. I mean, commonly.
Is that something that psychiatrists, medical doctors like yourself, especially forensic psychiatrists, commonly do?
Yes.
And based on all your training and experience and also the active literature, are you able to, as a psychiatrist, to opine that this conduct was malicious and harmful?
Yes, and those physical abuse or psychological abuse, emotional abuse, neglect, those are actually diagnostic categories in the DSM.
That
we need to put those in the record when we believe that they're occurring, so we have an accurate representation in the medical record of what we have opined about the patient.
You believe that was occurring here?
I believe what?
You believe that was occurring here, abuse and neglect?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
All right, sir, that concludes your testimony. Approach.
He wants a brief recross. Nothing about his cross was brief. Y'all, this is just too much. So let's see. Let's see what we can find. I think default. Oops. All right, this one.
All right, request for recross is denied. That concludes your testimony, sir. You may step down. Thank you for being here. You have one more witness. It's going to be very quick, Ms. Coakley. All right, call your next witness.
How many of y'all are like, oh, thank God? I know I was. Denied. Bam. All right. On the stand. I don't think any of us wanted to have any more teeth pulled. Look at this baby. Oh. See, I knew they were my spirit animals. I like snacks too. They are adorable. Alrighty.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I swear.
All right, Ms. Coakley, you may begin.
Detective Lowe, can you just introduce yourself quickly?
Yes, I'm Christopher Lowe, agent with the Jupiter Police Department, and my role there is a digital forensic agent.
We met you yesterday and talked to you a lot. Did you make a further further exhibits for the court as it relates to some of the ring video?
I did.
Yesterday, we entered in a few videos related to the rocks and the shells. Did you expand that time period to include those videos that are already admitted, but also the surrounding time frame of that?
Yes.
That is what contains on these USB drives?
Correct.
Are they a true and accurate depiction of the videos that you retrieved from Ring as a result of the lawful search warrant in this case?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move them in as...
Your next number is 20 and 21.
I'll do them, yes.
You've got two, is it 20 and 21?
Yes, sir.
Any objection? All right, court receives and accepts States Exhibit 20 and 21 in evidence without objection.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right, any cross?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, that concludes your testimony. You may step down. Thank you for being here again. And you're not excused from all proceedings yet, as you know.
That was quick. By the time I typed out his name and his title, he's gone.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're late in the day now, so we're going to go ahead and break. We're still in the state's portion of the case that will continue tomorrow. As I advised you this morning, because of my expectation that we are behind schedule, we're going to try to squeeze as much out of the days going forward as possible so we can get this trial concluded. Which means for tomorrow, your schedule is going to be different than it was today. I'm shooting for an 8:30 sharp start time for the trial. I've cleared my morning docket, so everything is put in place so that 8:30 should not be a problem. You need to check in with the jury office no later than 8 o'clock and meet my deputy at the elevators by quarter after so he can get you into the jury room. You can get settled, and then we'll shoot for the 8:30 start time. Remember, during the break, don't discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Do any kind of research. And again, I know at the risk of stating the obvious at this point, make sure you do everything possible to avoid any inadvertent media exposure. Because I don't know that I asked you that. I think I did ask you that this morning. I'm trying to ask it every morning. I will ask you that again tomorrow to make sure that no one has been exposed inadvertently to any media exposure. So with that, same instruction, go home, rest, relax, have a good dinner, and I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Well, tomorrow is going to be a long day. Let's have a pajama day tomorrow. I'm going to wear my pajamas tomorrow because it's going to be a long day. And by I'm going to wear my pajamas tomorrow, I mean even
All right,
from
everyone may be
here up.
seated. So before I let you folks go, you can be seated. Where are we with the state's case at this point? How much more video do you anticipate publishing? So the state's case will take the better part, or maybe it sounds like the entirety of the morning, so we should anticipate starting the defense case probably shortly after lunch. Is that a fair estimate? Ms. Black's rolling her eyes, so I'm thinking that may mean that I'm off on my estimate.
I just have to get my marriage license at Monday.
Well, we can't allow that. That's
She's getting married.
But we can work the schedule. That's within the courthouse here, right? Yeah, we can work the schedule out. If the video recording is 4 hours, If that's what you anticipate publishing, that's going to take us
4
with breaks and
hours.
stuff. We're going to be to 12:30 or 1 anyway. And maybe we break late for lunch and make it from 1 to 2. But in any event, the anticipation is to start the defense case tomorrow sometime in the afternoon, which based on the timing and chronology of things at this point, we are assured of going into Tuesday. And then I'll make a decision tomorrow of whether it's going to be Tuesday, Thursday, or Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. I will tell you the odds are it's going to be Tuesday, Thursday. I still need to address the one issue with the juror tomorrow morning with respect to the flight arrangements. And depending on what her situation is, apparently she's asking now. So what is she asking for? Whether she can be reimbursed or she can't be reimbursed. I've already done the background work on that. So she has it would be $140 per ticket, so $280 cancellation fee. I'm inclined not to force her to have to cancel, so I would give consideration to starting it on Wednesday, and that's gonna require significant changes on my part with the schedule next week. But I'll make that decision tomorrow. I'm not prepared to tell her what I'm going to do today. Okay. All right. Anything else I need to address before we break for today? Tomorrow will be a long day. My plan is to go from 8:30 to 6. Although I'll be guided somewhat by what you tell me, Ms. Murad, and you, Mr. Wahid, as to where you are. You know you're going to get all day Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday, one of those days. So if it makes sense to break at 5, you tell me. And as long as we're not pushing it into another day other than Tuesday or Wednesday.
I would ask to break at 5 tomorrow. So I have 3 witnesses that are civilians I can put on tomorrow, 2 of which are by Zoom. I don't think they will be that long.
Okay.
We have our own videos that we need to play. In light of how long the state's videos are taking, I'm inclined to limit my publishing and do it during closing, just so that they don't have to, I'll be going so close to the closing argument, I'm not going to watch it twice.
Right.
I need Agent Flo, and it's better for him to come on Tuesday.
I mean, I've already let her know. I will stipulate that the videos are authentic. I may have some that are there from the ring search warrant. I may have some objections to their admissibility otherwise, but I'm not going to require her to authenticate them through Agent Lowe.
Is that the only reason you would need Agent Lowe is for the authentication?
We do have to establish some stuff for a possible lost evidence instruction, but that would be very, very short. So,
All right. So you do what you have to do. If you're trying to establish that, I don't know how I'm assuming the state wouldn't stipulate to that, right? Okay. All right. Well, if you want to break at 5, I don't think I have a real problem, given the fact that we're not going to finish tomorrow under any stretch of the imagination.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll let you know tomorrow as to the moving parts here in terms of the schedule. The one juror doesn't return until Tuesday night, so I have to make a decision whether I bust the jury in terms of knocking. She's in the number 5 spot and bringing in the alternate or to keep it intact. My strong preference would be to try to keep it intact and start Wednesday, but I have to make a decision whether that's the most efficient use of resources and time and their time at this point. So I'll give that some consideration tonight and make a decision tomorrow.
Hey, Yara, just so we can address one thing quickly, the state is going to renew our.
All right, speak into the microphone. I don't want another call from recording.
Once we get to the defense case, the state would be inclined, we would want to renew our objection to Kellen McCoy, which is the teacher, as being cumulative. They did ask about that she's the one that testifies that she works at Immaculate Heart, where Ronan went into the classroom and embarrassed his sister. They did ask Ronan about that on the stand. He did admit that happened. That's not an issue in dispute. And so it would be cumulative at this point, in cumulative bad character evidence, to call a witness just to reiterate the same thing.
Okay, all right, so I'll address that when it comes up. Do you have something you need to add, Mr. Wade?
Yes. So this is more on scheduling, really. If I heard right, the court said Tuesday or Thursday.
Yeah.
Or
but
Tuesday
that-
and Thursday, I'm
that-
sorry?
Yeah, that's all in flux, because I've got to make a decision what I do with juror number 5, because if I decide to do everything possible to keep her in the original panel, that means we would have to start Wednesday instead of Tuesday. And I might do that. But
Would be the state's preference if possible.
start Tuesday or?
No, to start Wednesday.
That's kind of the way I'm leaning, only because I know the thought and consideration that goes into both sides' decisions with respect to the original panel of 6. I assume that probably, would that be your preference as well?
No, honestly, and part of the reason is because obviously it's delays is one of the issues. And I think there's 3 alternates. So I'll be honest with you,
You don't have a position strongly one way or the
at the
other?
moment, I would rather keep it moving than that. And one of the reasons, Judge, is I actually have on the 12th, which is Thursday next week, a whole day of death penalty oral arguments set. So that's just something that is looming for me.
Well, I don't even want to tell you the amount of rescheduling I'm going to have to do as well. So I'll make a decision tomorrow, and so I give them clarity as to what's going to happen. So the last thing, near and dear to everyone's heart, jury instructions. I don't think I need jury instructions until whatever first day we start back next week. So just keep that in mind. Anything else? Likely we'll, we'll get that tomorrow. That'll be done before we start the defense case. Okay. All right, good. I'll see everybody tomorrow for an 8:30 sharp start time. Thank you.
8:30 sharp.
Court is in recess.
That's 7:30 my time. And I'm up for that anyway, but so I get up at like 5, but I use those extra hours in the morning to get stuff done. Let's move our adorable little pandas for just a moment so we can watch these jerk faces. I've got all day Monday. Yes. Which actually works out great for me because the podcast comes out on Tuesdays. So I will have Monday to get that done without staying up all night this time for the first time since I launched it. So that will be, that's happy moments. The 4 hours, we have 4 hours of video to watch tomorrow. That's a whole lot of video, y'all. It's a whole lot of video. I mean, everybody to drink their coffee. I will make pajama notes for everybody to take in to work. We're going to have a pajama party. I'm wearing my pajamas. Like from here up to. Always got pajamas on from here down. But from here up to. Pajama day. And he said, I think they're going until 5 tomorrow instead of 6. So it won't be as long of a day as we originally thought. We get an extra hour. But, you know, you're still going to have to bring your you're still going to have to bring your look at them. Look at those little stinkers. Goodness gracious alive. All right, let's see what we got. I don't know. I'm assuming they're doing more of the Ring camera stuff. So I don't think we'll get to watch this either because, you know, keep in mind it's a minor. All the stuff that they're doing is like not stuff that we get to actually see. So because of a minor, but we can do the same thing that we did today and try to, you know, read the descriptions of what's happening that are coming like from the people in the courtroom to kind of give an idea. Although today that was heartbreaking to hear. Oh, so hard to hear. But it'll give us an idea of what the jury is is listening to. So, oh, goodness gracious alive. We made it through another day. Yesterday was tough having Ronan on the stand. I think today was even harder. That one video, y'all, that one video where you can hear his dad yelling at him like hardcore. And the update said that in the video, he came in and like threw him on the bed. Seeing that, or hearing that, and then hearing his little voice crying, oh my God, it just makes me want to throw up. It's still like, I sit here, tears streaming down my face. Like, I can't even. Oh, so. Ugh. It sucks. It sucks. And then I hate hearing him cry was just awful. And then my mama's heart just ripped to shreds. Hearing that was awful. The Panda Cam helps. Having these chunky little things just rolling around, all clumsy and lovable. Oh, that helps. But man, that was hard to hear. That was really hard to hear. But we made it through it. We made it through the day. I appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't forget to hit the like button. I can't talk. Like button on your way out. MS Kim, when he said that they just made a mistake and he wanted like them to, oh, it's so sad. Oh, it's so awful. When he said that they made a mistake and he wanted them to be, forgiven and everybody to move on, and that he was just reacting. Oh, I can't even. But we made it through it. So hard. Like the stuff with the kids, y'all, it always gets me. The stuff with the kids always gets me. So, all right, no night court tonight, but I will see y'all bright and early in the morning. Let me see, is anybody live? I can portal us over and we'll raid somebody and say hi, support another channel. Let's see who we got. Is RA still live? RA is not live. Oh, RA is live. Even talking about that, y'all, my stomach is like in knots. It's really hard. Whew. All right. Our mods are amazing and fantastic and perfect in every way. And I love y'all and I appreciate you. You are all so, I can't even, y'all are the best. And I appreciate y'all. Oh, by the way, sub count 10,862. So we're getting close to 11. And I got the notice that Dr. G is doing his on Friday now instead of Sunday, which is great because we're going to have our little 10K party. All right, I'm going to, what's happening? What is happening? What did I hit? What did I do wrong? What am I doing wrong? Hold on, BRB, just stay right where you are. Just talk amongst yourselves. Talk amongst yourselves. Watch the pandas. Where's my little portal thing? Yeah, we're gonna raid. I'm trying to do a raid right now. I like to do raids when I can. I want to support, but for some reason I can't get it to. Oh, hold on. Maybe I was doing the wrong thing. Look, I've been doing so good at this. For some reason. Oh, duh. Okay, hold on. Now I think I got it. That's not it either. The place that y'all, I'm not crazy. The place where it normally is not there. Like I'm not crazy. I mean, I'm crazy. Let me try one more thing, and then we're just all going to go raid on our own if it doesn't work, because I don't know why. We're going to try one more thing. Remember how I said at the beginning of the stream, like how I've come a long way in the last 5 months of having YouTube, but that I still don't know what I'm doing half the time. This is one of those moments. All right, we're going to get it. We're going to get it. We're going to figure it out. I'm manifesting it. I'm manifesting it. Bam, I figured it out. Look at me go. Look at me go. All right, details. Nope. Customization. Yep. Redirect. Add other channels that are live. RAs live. Save. Look at me go. I knew it. I knew it. Okay, now everybody, hands and feet inside the ride, tuck in your ponytails, tie your shoes. We are going to go raid RA's channel, and make sure when you go in there, sneak in like 80s Music Man, go quiet like, but don't forget to hit the like button. I love y'all so much. And what's the catchphrase for the raid? I love that. We need a catchphrase. What are we going to say when we get over there? Psst. What are we going to say? Panda Express. All right. I appreciate y'all so much. Don't forget to hit the like button when we get over to RA's channel. We want to support and spread the love. All right. I love y'all so much. I'll see you soon.